Hello, everyone. Hello, bom dia a todos. Good morning from Lisbon. We are here in Lisbon in a beautiful sunny day. We expect a temperature around 28 degrees Celsius, more or less. This conference has planned since 2019, and it was expected to be a meeting place for researchers from different countries. But COVID-19 didn't let us. So together with Joana Balsa de Pinho, we organized it in a digital sport. The conference from the International Network for the History of Hospital was the sponsorship of Lisbon City Council and 3 research centers. We'll start by watching the welcome message recorded for this event for this following institution. From the Municipality of Lisbon, Catarina Vaz Pinto, Consigliere of Culture and International Relations. From the Municipality of Lisbon, as I say, Catarina Vaz Pinto. From CHAM, Center for the Humanities of the School of Social Science and Humanities, from Nova University of Lisbon, Cristina Brito, its director, from where we are in streaming. From the European Institute of Culture, Science, Padre, Manuel Antunes, Susana Morato Alves Jesus, its president. And from ARTIS, Institute of Art History from School of Arts and Humanities of University of Lisbon, Maria João Neto, its director. Please, Henrique.
Good morning. On behalf of the City of Lisbon, I would like to give you a warm welcome to this 13th conference of the International Network for the History of Hospitals. We've decided to apply for the organization of this conference following a major investigation project we developed with several partners in the city concerning the All Saints Royal Hospital. This was the first public hospital in Portugal. It was built in the 15th century in a period of great flourishment of the country when the oceanic expansion began and led to major encounters with other people, continents and culture. This hospital was in that time a major European landmark for medical science and the status of the sick person, and it was also a major building in the urban design of the city. So it's a pity that you cannot come this year due to the pandemic, but we hope that you will have the possibility in the next years and months to visit our city, to see the vestige that still exists from this hospital, his successor, that is Hospital de São José, and that carries still the former name. In the 18th century, the Hospital de São José was built and replaced this old one, and to see all the other convents and places that were hosting these major public institutions that care about people and communities. So have a nice conference and hope to see you soon in Lisbon.
Bom dia a todos e todas e sejam bem-vindos a Lisboa. Hello everyone. It is my pleasure to be here today as the head of CHAM, the Center for the Humanities of Nova FCSH, based in Lisbon, where I stand today. I start by acknowledging and thanking the presence of the representatives of the several institutions and entities that are here today with us. Thank you so much for joining in. It is truly a pleasure to be with all of you. I also thank the audience for attending today in the next couple of days, and also, of course, my colleagues from CHAM and also from different other institutions and countries. CHAM is an inter-university and interdisciplinary research unit, gathering more than 200 researchers, studying different geographies, chronologies, and with a backbone in different scientific disciplines, such as archaeology, art history, literature, heritage, philosophy, and also history, ranging from social, economic, political, religious, and environmental history, for instance. We conduct state-of-the-art research and we work in an integrative and collaborative way, aiming as much as possible for cross-cultural and plural views of research. Within CHAM, we have 9 research groups and 7 different thematic lines of research. CHAM aims at seeing and understanding our common world through the lens of humanities. So it is my great pleasure to be at the opening session of the Space and the Hospital International Network History of Hospitals Conference that is co-organized by my colleague Edith Alberto from the research group Societies, Politics and Institutions, and also by various colleagues, and counting also with the presence and the participation of many other colleagues from CHAM. This is the 13th conference of the International Network of the History of Hospitals, where relationships between space and the hospital will be explored. And space here is both tangible and intangible. It is the materiality as much as the perceptions and the conceptualisations. Hospital as the place itself, as the walls, the architecture, the urbanism, but also as the people, the ones that are sick and the ones that cure, the physicians. Also about the disease and how they evolve. Also about the practices and the ways of understanding all the surrounding environment and landscape of the hospital. And this shows in the program of this 3-day-long conference, this online event, that brings together academics from a range of disciplines, history, including history of religion, history of medicine, among others, history of science, but also from archaeology, architecture, heritage, memory, among many others. And people will be presenting case studies from across the globe. And even though we are not together in person today and in the next couple of days, this event will open room, it will open space, it will continue to gather people that can discuss, present and share their achievements and their knowledge about the topic. From our side, it is truly a pleasure to welcome you all to CHAM, to Nova FCSH and to Lisbon, even if virtually. I sincerely hope that you have a very good conference, a very productive one, and I have to thank again all the organizers, but also the audience that will attend, and all the presenters that together have gathered and put together an effort to create this very interesting and very timely event. Thank you so much, and I hope we can all be together in person sometime soon here in Lisbon. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure to welcome all participants to the Conference on Space and the Hospital, International Network for the History of Hospitals. It is with great honor and joy that the European Institute of Cultural Sciences, Padre Manuel Antunes, is a member of the organization of this prestigious international networking event through its scientific project named Hospitalis, Hospital Architecture in Portugal at the Dawn of Modernity. The Institute became the host institution for this original project in 2018, including it in its scientific program. The quality of its plan, the scientific value of its goals, the synergies of its research team, and the working ability of its principal coordinator, Joana Balsa de Pinho, fully assure the merit of this research project. Since its official start, the research dynamics of the Hospitalis project and its results have been evident, contributing towards the increased knowledge of this field in Portugal and its broad international dissemination and impact. For a long time, assistance and healthcare have been the mission of multiple men and women working in this area with the purpose of providing well-being and care for many other people, as long as it is necessary in the most diverse and challenging environments. In Portugal, at the dawn of modernity, the hospital became the pivotal place for healthcare and for valuing human life, also reinforced by the promotion of its spaces and architectural conditions. To protect and save human lives is one of the most ambitious and noble objectives for thousands of people. This noble mission can be reinforced in various forms, including through the important role that hospital architecture fulfilled since modern times. The European Institute of Cultural Sciences, Padre Manuel Antunes, inspired by the figure of its patron, Father Manuel Antunes, a notorious professor from the School of Arts and Humanities of the University of Lisbon during the 60s, promotes the vast field of cultural sciences in an interdisciplinary dialogue. The connection between the most diverse fields of human and social sciences in particular and the wider field of sciences is highly valued, considering the humanizing ideal of Manuel Antunes, who promoted the whole man and every man. In this sense, the Hospitalis project is very valuable since it promotes and reveals a fruitful dialogue between humanities and sciences. This international networking event on history of hospitals is the privileged place where in-depth knowledge about this area of study is developed in a profound and fruitful way. This way, and through the important establishment of dialogue and synergies, it is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you to Lisbon, albeit only in the virtual sense, to be part of this Space and the Hospital international event. On behalf of the European Institute of Cultural Sciences, Padre Manuel Antunes, we wish all researchers and participating institutions highly productive working sessions for the next few days.
As the director of ARTIS, Art History Institute of the School of Arts and Humanities at the University of Lisbon, I would like to welcome you all to the 13th Conference International Network for the History of Hospitals. ARTIS, as a partner in the Hospitalis research project, is proud to collaborate in organizing this important meeting. Virtually in Lisbon, for the next 3 days, scholars from all over can discuss important case studies for the topic of the conference, space and the hospital. We would like to salute the dedication of all those who collaborated in the organization of the conference, especially Dr. Joana Pinho and Professor Fernando Grilo, IR and co-IR of the Hospitalis Research Project. Sadly, the pandemic prevents us from being able to enjoy a personal interaction in Lisbon during the conference, but there will be new opportunities very soon, I hope. Meanwhile, we will give our best and continue to produce knowledge as the program of this conference shows. Good work. Thank you all. Have a nice conference.
Hello again. Hello again for all of you, and good morning from Lisbon. Now I will introduce Anna Peterson in the name of the International Network for the History of Hospitals to welcome words and open Congress. Anna?
Hello. Thank you, Edith, and thank you to everyone who's worked so hard. That video was truly amazing. It just made me very, very sad that I couldn't be in Lisbon, or any of us could be in Lisbon. So thank you for the sunshine and just a fantastic opener. So I'm sure some of you have heard of me. I've been bothering you with emails for maybe half a year. And it has been my great pleasure to work with Edith and Joanna on this project. So I would just quickly like to introduce Professor John Henderson from Birkbeck University, who's also on the advisory board, and he would like to give a few words about the INHH. If you would, John.
Thank you, Anna, very much indeed. I would just like to welcome everybody across the world on behalf of the International Network to this conference. My name, as Anna said, is John Henderson. I'm chair of the network. I'm based in Cambridge. Alas, I'm not in Lisbon, so it's a bit less warm and sunny here than it is with you. But I also, like everybody else, very much hope we can visit you at some point in the near future. Now, the aim of the network is to bring together people who are working on the history of hospitals from all periods across the world. And we were founded over 25 years ago. And we organize biannual conferences, and this, as people have said, is in fact the 13th, so it gives you some idea how long we've been going. And we also publish the proceedings of many of those conferences as well, so I hope you can look for them online. It's been extraordinary, I think, particularly since the growth of social media, the number of people who have now joined us. And so we've got over 1,600 followers on Facebook, another 200 on Twitter. So I very much hope that you will all, and all anybody, you colleagues you know who works on the history of hospitals, be able to follow us as well. I would like to thank very warmly all my co-organizers, Anna Peterson, who's done an extraordinary amount of work in bringing us all together and putting together the program, along with Edith Alberto and Johanna Balsa de Pino in Lisbon, who've been enormously helpful in organization and raising funds, and all the sponsors as well. We should very much like to thank. We just regret so much we can't come and experience the beauty of the surroundings of Lisbon, and of course eat all those marvelous food or meals as well, which we were looking forward to. I would also like to thank the members of the INHH committee who we've been meeting over the last year or two, organizing sort of helping to organize the conference and the program, and sometimes online, sometimes in person. And not forgetting to thank as well Sarah Leonard Brown, who has been our miraculous webmaster and has brought us all up to date. And indeed, talking of Sarah, we would very much like you to send short pieces about your research so that we can put them on the INHH blog. They would be between, say, 500 and 1,000 words with a picture, and they will then be publicized on Facebook and Twitter, and the articles will be published on the blog. So please do send to Sarah any information you have about your current research projects. And Sarah, I'm sure we'll put in the chat email address to send it to. So just welcome everybody to this, what is going to be an extraordinary event, I'm sure, from across the world. And I'm very much looking forward to the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your words. And now I think we can open the Congress and start with section 1.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you to this first full session of our Space and the Hospital conference. I would like to add my thanks to the wonderful organisers. My name is Jane Stevens-Crawshaw. I am from Oxford Brookes University, and I am a member of the advisory board for the INHH. And it is my great pleasure to chair this session in which we will be thinking about hospitals as gendered spaces, thinking about a variety of institutions between the 16th and the 20th centuries, and representing those aims of the INHH that John just mentioned, of considering hospitals across the globe and across the centuries. Our speakers this morning will be joining us from Italy, India, and Australia. And we will be hearing all of the papers. We have 4 speakers in this first session. We will take all of their contributions and then move to a period of questions. Please use the chat function on Zoom in order to ask your questions. You can locate that in the menu bar at the bottom of the Zoom window. We will be running a very strict time schedule in these sessions. And so all of the speakers will have 20 minutes, and I will reveal myself and hold up a piece of paper that will likely have a backwards 5 as a cryptic suggestion that you have 5 minutes left. And I will let you know when we need to stop to move on to another session. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, who is Francesco Ferrando from the University of Verona. She is a teaching assistant there, working closely with Professor Marina Garbelotti. She received her PhD in 2020 from the University of Padua. It was a comparative thesis on the confinement structures of Genoa, Venice, and Bologna between the 17th and the 18th centuries. And she will be speaking to the title, Protection or Segregation, Gender and Spaces in the Genoese Hospitals of the Early Modern Age. So I would like to invite Francesca, if you would like to, if you have a PowerPoint to share.
Okay. Okay. Good morning to everyone. Before starting, I'd like to thank the organizing committee of this conference to let me speak about one of the main topics of my research, that is the relationship between women and social welfare in the Italian cities of early modern age. Despite what I've written in my abstract, in this talk, I decided to focus only on one of the two charitable institutions of the Republic of Genoa, postponing the comparison between them to the conference proceedings. So I'll focus on the organization of the women's spaces in the Beggars Hospital of the Republic of Genoa, which was called Albergo dei Poveri. And in particular, I would like to reflect about two questions. How gender influenced the organization of the space in the Albergo dei Poveri of Genoa? And what's the line between protection and segregation? To reach this goal, it's necessary to take a step back and examine the context of creation of this institution and think about its tasks. In 16th century, the welfare system of the Republic of Genoa was composed by two main hospitals. The medieval hospital of Pammattone, which was a general hospital for acute and treatable diseases, which ruled also an orphanage, and the Incurabili Hospital for syphilis and other chronic diseases. There are also 10 small shelters for abandoned girls and a boarding school for poor boys, and two public bodies which had civil and criminal jurisdiction. The Magistrate of Mercy, which controlled the right application of the legacies for the poor, and the Magistrate of the Poor, which had to fulfill two main tasks: to control collection and distribution of alms, and to prevent all forms of city begging. The guards of the Magistrate of the Poor arrested vagrants and beggars who asked on the streets and put them in jail. By 1579, the Magistrate of the Poor decided to use the Lazzaretto of the city as a confinement structure for these people, but this try shipwrecked definitively in the 50s of the 17th century, when a typhus outbreak showed that the Lazzaretto was unfit for accommodating a lot of people. It was divided in a lot of small rooms, so the poor were crowded into them with great dangers for their physical and moral health. For these reasons, the Magistrate of the Poor built in 1656 the Albergo dei Poveri. The new structure was financed by a group of private benefactors, and the project obtained the endorsement of the Republic of Genoa. As far as the Genoese government concerned, the albergo had to become the symbol of the greatness and mercy of the Republic. So it has to combine functionality and majesty. As regards architecture, the building was inspired by the ancient Renaissance hospitals and by the Escorial Palace. The Magistrate of the Poor wanted to use it as a shelter for deserving poor and as a prison for undeserving ones, like beggars and vagrants. While other Italian cities like Venice and Bologna decided to create different institutions each one appointed to specific categories of the poor people, the Republic of Genoa chose to shelter all them in the Albergo dei Poveri. Thanks to its almost 20,000 meters of area, this building could shelter all kinds of poor, with no exception based on sex or age. So the Albergo dei Poveri was at the same time a shelter for poor people, a confinement structure for beggars, and a house for catechumens. It accommodated an average of 1,300 people from all over the territories of the Republic of Genoa. As it happened in other European House of Correction, the main purpose of the Albergo dei Poveri was the re-education of the inmates for their reintegration into society. To reach this aim, the inmates received a basic theoretical education focused on religious principles, and they were trained to learn manual labor. The magistrate set up some workshops where poor processed some raw materials like wool, hemp, and leather to create different types of handcraft fabrics and shoes. So faith and work were the two pillars of the daily lives of the poor, but there were a lot of different activities depending on the sex and on the age of the poor. In accordance with the demands of the Counter-Reformation, women and men must spend their time in different spaces in every moment of their lives. For this reason, the building was divided in different spaces to ensure a proper management of the house. Thanks to the church located in the center of the structure, the building was divided into wings, one for each sex, and in 4 quarters to separate the young people from the old ones. The women's wing of the building had its own refectory, some workshops for female manufacturers, and a yard. Even during the services, men and women followed the rite in 2 distinct oratorios. Male and female area, in turn, were divided in a lot of different dormitories in order to offer specific aids for every need. As we said, the Albergo dei Poveri sheltered girls and women of every age and social condition. There were orphan girls, old widows, and noble women who asked to be admitted in the albergo, but there were also prostitutes, common criminals, and adulterous wives who were sent here by the court or by their husbands. If the magistrate of the poor decided to create 2 different areas for women and for men to avoid promiscuity, it also decided to divide fallen women from young girls to preserve the honor of these last ones. According to their respectability, there were different categories of women, and each one had a specific dormitory with different rules to enter and to exit. But there were also other aspects linked with the dormitory, like better food or more comfortable lodgements. For example, the noble women who chose to spend their oldness in the albergo for religious reasons lived in a ward divided in single rooms. As we can see in the slide, all dormitories had the name of a saint, or they were dedicated to Our Lady. There was a first great division between the dormitories of the volunteers, which hosted women who had asked to be admitted, and the dormitories for those women who have been sent by someone to be corrected. While the volunteers enjoyed a relative freedom of movement within the female wing and could eat and spend the recreation time together, the others were completely isolated in their dormitory. The need to isolate FLUL women from younger virgin girls was particularly felt by the society of that time, as evidenced by the will of the noblewoman Argentina Imperiale, written in 1765. In her will, the noblewoman decided to finance the creation of a new ward named after her. It should have sheltered young girls between 10 and 32 years old, with no preferences between virgin orphan girls and repentant prostitutes or women put to correction. Instead, she stated that the magistrate could use her money for paying the tuitions of the wives who have been put in the structure by their husbands. Her sole condition was the division of the space in two different dormitories, with no communication between them. The honor of the girls was important because it reflected the honor of the institution and its ability to defend people under its protection. To avoid every scandal, no man could enter in the female wing. So every daily work was done or directed by a nun of the Order of Our Lady of the Refuge in Mount Calvary. The Sister Superior had to direct every aspect of daily life, and she had to enforce rules and orders given by the magistrate of the poor and by the rector of the structure. If some tasks couldn't be done by a nun, and, for example, it was necessary to call a doctor or a priest, those men couldn't remain alone with their maids, and they must be accompanied by a nun. Even the rector couldn't enter without announcing his arrival to the Sister Superior. Women could leave the house only if they had the rector's permission. Even though they entered as volunteers, they couldn't leave it freely. If they hadn't any relatives outside who could guarantee a proper life, they had very few hope to gain the rector's permission. The situation was particularly complicated for young girls who usually left the albergo dei poveri only if the magistrate found them a dowry to get married or to get into a convent. Some girls were employed as servants in patrician houses, but the magistrate preferred to let the girls work in the manufactures inside the building. On the contrary, the boys were employed in the shops. Sending a girl to work outside the building meant having to select carefully the host family and controlling how the girl lived periodically. Furthermore, women's workshops inside the building produced a fair profit for the albergo dei poveri, even if they are very unskilled jobs, so it was better not depriving them of manpower. Despite this situation, there are a very few cases of women's escape, but there were a lot of evidences on the punishments given by the nuns to who was intolerant to their orders. In conclusion, we may suppose the women didn't escape because they hadn't alternatives outside the building. The main purpose of the magistrate was to prevent rape, promiscuity, and scandals, but it resulted in the segregation of female inmates and in a worse education of the girls. The female manufacturers didn't give them the necessary tools to find a job in the city market, so they depended on the magistrate of the poor will, and they had to work for it. Thanks for the attention.
Francesca, thank you so much for such a rich opening to our conference, which illustrated beautifully, I think, the way in which gender and age and morality informed the organisation of space in this hospital, and for keeping so beautifully to time. That was a model presentation. Thank you again. We will then move on to our second paper in this panel, which is being given by Radhika Hegde of St. John's Medical College. Radhika is a lecturer in history of medicine in St. John's Medical College in Bangalore. Amongst her various responsibilities, which include teaching on the history of medicine, she also manages the Major General Bhatia History of Medicine Museum, which is part of the Health and Humanities Division, and is involved in curating archives and building digital archives in order to widen engagement with the social history of medicine. And Radhika is going to be speaking to the title Maternal Health and the Establishment of Maternity Hospitals in the Mining Town of Robertson Pett, Kolar in the 20th century. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that introduction. I want to thank the organizers of this conference and Anna for so patiently answering all my queries. It's a pleasure to talk about this ongoing project on the setting up of the maternity hospital in Robertson Pett, Kolar. Today, I will be discussing the administrative responses of princely Mysore to the growing concerns related to maternal mortality in the 20th century. I will primarily focus on the establishment of the mining hospital in Robertson Pett, Kolar as a key public health initiative adopted by the government to reduce deaths caused during childbirth. The princely states in India covered around 40% of the territory that indirectly came under the British, and the rest was directly under the British administration. Established in 1799, princely Mysore was ruled by the Wadeyars. A complex administrative system existed in the kingdom where certain parts of the kingdom was directly administered by the Wadeyars, while the army and the army areas known as the cantonment came under the Britishers. Known for their very progressive outlook, the Wadeyars started a number of educational and health institutions and also gave impetus to the establishment of industries in urban areas like Mysore, Bengaluru, and Kolar. It was in the late 19th century, the British, after seeing the tremendous success of gold mining in Africa, looked eastwards, and it is at this point in time that Kolar was rediscovered for its gold mines in 1880s. Its success led to the establishment of one of modern India's first planned township, that is Robertson Pett, named after Donald Robertson, the then head of the British Residency in Mysore. Of all the mining prospects in princely state, KGF proved to be the most profitable, with more than 120 years of gold mining until it ceased its operations recently in 2001. So at its peak, the industry had employed more than 30,000 workers and had a population of nearly 100,000 people. 4 London companies perform mining operation in the region. They were the Nandidurg Mines, the Uregam, the Champion Reef Gold Mines, and the Mysore Gold Mining Company. Almost the entire gold output in India was derived from the Kolar gold fields. The production of gold per month was valued at more than rupees 25 lakhs, that is roughly around $35,000. The warriors, however, didn't get a share of the gold, but the royalty of 5% paid on the revenue by the British company came in useful in paying the heavy subsidy to the Britishers for the standing army stationed in the cantonment of the princely state. So with the growing urbanization and the rapid movement of people in the 19th century, princely Mysore witnessed a number of health concerns, such as an outbreak of plague, cholera, and influenza of 1980. Aimed at improving the health of the population, many royal measures were undertaken, such as construction of hospitals, provision of clean drinking water, and improving the general sanitation. The census report helped in identifying the causes for death, and high rate of deaths among women was identified due to childbirth. This came to occupy an important place in the colonial as well as the nationalist imagination. According to the 10th revision of the International Classification of Disease, that is ICD-10, maternal death is defined as the death of a woman while pregnant or within 42 days of termination of pregnancy, irrespective of the duration and the site of the pregnancy, from any cause related or aggravated by pregnancy or its management, but not from accidental or incidental causes. Maternal mortality rate in India was a source of concern until recently, but has been on a steady decrease, as you're seeing it in the picture, since 2018, and was due to the execution of many healthcare programs under the national health schemes. So why maternal mortality? For a simple reason that it's an indicator of the modern welfare state, as well as it reflects on the nation's healthcare system to the needs of the women, and the accessibility and responsiveness of it to the needs of the women. I will consider the establishment of the hospital from public health perspective. During the early part of the 20th century, safeguarding the health of the people became a royal responsibility, especially for the warriors who did not have kinship feudal ties in Mysore. Only through administrative reforms and setting up of secular and modern institutions could the ruler sustain the support of the people. Therefore, a substantial amount of money was invested in setting up of schools, colleges, and hospitals for all sections of the society. These are some of the questions that I would be answering through my presentation. How did princely Mysore in the early 20th century respond to the increased rate of maternal mortality in the state? To what extent were the communities engaged in providing the required infrastructure to establish the hospitals? How was care, space division made in maternity hospitals to an inhomogeneous population in town like Kolar that consisted of natives, miners, and colonizers? And lastly, what was the trend of maternal mortality in Kolar? For a very long time in India, the maternity care was a neglected problem due to inadequate availability of information. But with the expansion of British rule in India, when the colonizers became involved in administration of the territory, they took a keen interest in documenting the medical topography of the conquered territories. This brought to their attention many of the old customs of old as well as the local customs, which seemed very alien to them, especially to do with the rituals around confinement. So the midwives, who were from the lower sections of the Indian society, were further stigmatized and demonized for their unscientific and crude methods. Further, the census reports starts highlighting the increasing death of the women during their childbearing age that again piqued the interest of the colonial project. And as a part of the civilizing the colonized, the hospitals for women were established in different parts of India. It was in 1911 that for the first time, maternal mortality as a reason for death among women was recognized and causes for which was provided. And these were early marriage, frequent childbearing, the unhygienic method of the sulgiti, that is the midwife. In 1935, figures on maternal deaths was published, although not accurate. In 1937, apart from hospitals, the welfare centers across the princely Mysore state were also asked to maintain records related to maternity. 1938 was crucial, as it was during this period that the vital statistics was centralized and maternal deaths became a mandatory column that had to be filled. So in 1939, a circular was provided defining what maternal mortality meant. And at that point in time, it was recognized as deaths caused within 30 days of labor. Reliable data on maternal mortality was not available in India until 1950s. Dr. Shirish Kawadi has in length discussed how British replaced the traditional form of charity known as dana in India that was made to religious organizations and community health spaces like lakes and grazing lands, and introduced a new ethic to reorganize and shape Indian charity into a new form of institutionalized philanthropy that was purposive and utilitarian, like building of healthcare and educational institution. The public health measures undertaken by the Mysore Kingdom was noteworthy because a large part of the revenue went in paying taxes to the British, and it is only with the help of philanthropists that they could build healthcare and educational institutions. Usually, the Mysore Crown, the private individuals like the local business communities, the municipalities, and the missionaries contributed in establishing and making provisions to help in covering the running costs of these institutions. So there were a lot of hospitals and dispensaries built as early as 1890s in the state of Mysore. The Lying-in Hospital in Bangalore after Madras was built around 1870s. There was also scientific training of the midwives that was held occasionally in Bangalore hospitals. There were maternity homes in smaller places that was established where the missionaries didn't go and establish maternity hospitals, or the state could not provide it. There were a lot of women doctors post 1900 who were appointed in order to look at maternal health and infant mortality care. There were also two medical colleges that were established in Mysore and Bangalore to cater to the increasing needs of the hospitals. High production of gold was maintained by the mining company in Kolar from 1880s to almost 1940s. This led to a rapid process of urbanization in the area. Although cosmopolitan in nature, the social hierarchy was strictly maintained in Kolar that is also reflected in spaces like schools and hospitals that was so-called modern and progressive space. At the top of the social order were British, mostly from Cornwall, followed by Italians and Anglo-Indians at the managerial capacity. The native Indian miners were at the bottom of the social order and were basically the poor who had migrated from the neighboring towns. The marked class division between race and class of people was evident in Kolar. The KGF Company Hospital, opened in 1880s in Champion Reef, was primarily to treat accidents and sickness caused during mining operations. This 800-bed hospital was one of the biggest hospitals in Asia and played a very significant role providing care during epidemics, especially in the 19th century, thus addressing the public health concerns during emergency situations. The upkeep of this was entrusted to the sanitary board. It functioned as a general hospital and had female surgical wards and dispensaries attached to it. The 4 female dispensaries in the KGF came under the administration of the hospital. With growing need of the population, there was a need felt to establish a maternity hospital in KGF. The Mysore government at this time was supporting the cost of running the female dispensary at Robertson Pet in Kolar that helped women during maternity. However, the dispensary had to be shifted to a new space as the land belonged to the Mysore mine and the heap of cyanide tailing was soon approaching the dispensary. On the other hand, the population in Robertson Pet had grown significantly, leading to a sporadic growth of urbanization. So recommendations were made to the Mysore government by the sanitary board and the civil surgeon to establish a maternity hospital that could cater both to the mining, women, and the civil population. Robertson Pet was particularly chosen to start the maternity hospital as it was a commercial center in the mining town and consisted of various types of population. The coronation building was specifically recommended by the engineers and civil doctors at the time for maternity as a space at high windows to let in sunlight and fresh air to come in, along with verandas that had a lot of space, indicating the connection between good maternal health to hygiene and sanitation, as against the dingy, small, windowless maternity rooms in cowshed where the native women gave birth. The building belonged to Mr. Haji Ismail Saif, the local businessman who was known for his generosity. He had contributed to establishment of maternity hospitals like Gosha Hospital for Women in Bangalore, as well as supported many educational institutes in Bangalore and Kolar. When approached, he donated the coronation building at Robertson Pit for this purpose in 1908. The government allotted a sum of rupees 12,000, that is roughly around $165 today, for the purpose of additions and alterations to cover the initial cost of this building, and asked the Kolar Sanitary Board to cover the recurring cost of the hospital. However, lack of funds was provided as a reason by the Sanitary Board and the Mysore government for not opening the hospital until 1914. Finally, the Mysore government renovated the building at a cost of rupees 39,000, that is $535, while the upkeep of the hospital was shared by the Mysore and Sanitary Board. The hospital had separate ward for natives, and further one ward was reserved for high caste women. Also, there were separate wards reserved for the Europeans and Anglo-Indians. This was a common phenomenon in most of the hospitals in India. Even the crockery sets and bedspreads, along with nursing staff, were different for the natives and the Anglo-Indians. A separate ward to treat infectious diseases was also created, thus underlying strongly that the women's hospital had started looking into other issues beyond maternity and was not anymore restricted to infections or diseases from navel to the knee. One of the most interesting parts of the hospital plan was the waste management through the construction of latrines with flush out type in order to avoid infections. There were separate latrines for different class of women, although the cleaners for everybody was the same. However, the managing of the waste was only at the institutional level because the houses of the miners did not have latrines, and hygiene and sanitation were huge concerns during this point in time. There were numerous measures that was undertaken at the time to encourage women to come to hospitals for birth, as it was felt that the death rate amongst the women in India was high due to difficulties faced during childbirth. Although we don't have accurate data related to childbirth as the village headman or chowkidar maintained it. And in many cases, in order to avoid government interference and raise questions, data was not accurately provided when there were deaths related to childbirth. However, there was a large number of deaths between the age 15 to 30, indicating the childbearing age of the women during that period. The table here gives us the rate of maternal mortality at princely state of Mysore. What we see here is that in cities like Bangalore, Kolar, and Mysore, the rate of mortality was lesser when compared to other small tier 2 cities. This might be because in cities, awareness as well as accessibility to hospitals, doctors, and midwives, especially during emergency situation, was better. Fewer cases of deaths in Kolar also indicates that many women from the working in places like factories and mining centers use the facilities provided by the government, like trained midwives in hospitals, better than in other places where basic access to trained midwives was unavailable. The table here shows the institutional death from Robertson Pit maternity hospitals for the year 1931, 32, 33, and 34. The number of women who went to the hospital remains almost the same and slightly increases after 1934. It's also interesting to see in annual reports during these periods that investigations were made on deaths caused during childbirths. In one such instance, during 1938, the public health nurse conducted an investigation in a district called Close Pit, which is near to KGF, where there were 8 maternity deaths. And all the women who died were reluctant to go to hospitals, although advised by the traditional midwives or public health nurses. The government therefore took interesting measures in order to popularize institutional care, like providing clothes, tobacco for women in the estates, as well as free milk for the children. While there were debates in India regarding provision of good healthcare facilities to women, there was a lack of commitment by both the colonial and princely Mysore. Since the beginning, the infrastructural changes and awareness programs were focused mostly in commercial towns and urban centers, while small towns, rural areas had no infrastructural support or health education at all. Although by mandating the need to include a maternal mortality column as a part of vital statistics and census led to reasonably recognizing causes of death during childbirth as anemia and sepsis, even in post-independent India, the issue was not effectively addressed due to the lack of political will and states' commitment to address this public health issue. It was only through Millennium Development Goal that India focused on improving maternal health and reducing infant mortality care. As an important mining town and miners as the backbone of the economy, the British Mining Company as well as Mysore Princely State were concerned about maintaining the healthcare of its people. The hospital as a space was created to address the health concerns of the miners that later became defunct once the mining operations stopped. With the closure of the Kolar gold mines, the once flourishing Princely Mysore lost its appeal. There was a lack of employment. The present town today gives only a few hints of the historic thriving township of Robertson Pet. The company hospital of BGM, like how you see here, was once one of the largest hospitals in Asia, fell into disuse due to lack of government support and was closed down in the year 2000. The Robertson Pet Maternity Hospital continues as the government civil hospital, although it's overshadowed by other hospitals. However, the case of maternity hospital in Robertson Pet clearly tells us how the government's public health intervention led to the central role played by hospitals in institutionalization of birth in urban area and its impact on the health of the mothers in various places. Just a few weeks ago, the company hospital of BGML was back in news. Like then, the government now has intervened to address the public health concerns of its citizens. The government's call was answered with a lot of enthusiasm by the locals and volunteers to revive the space to accommodate the COVID-19 patients. Thank you.
Radhika, thank you for such a wonderfully rich and resonant paper, bringing the story of that institution right the way up to the present day. And thank you too for demonstrating so sensitively the process by which gendered issues became public health and community priorities, and for highlighting that vital role of philanthropy in funding hospitals. I'm sure these are all themes that we will return to. Thank you too, as well, for keeping so perfectly to time. We will move now on to our third paper for this session, which is being given by Divya Rama Gopalakrishnan from the University of Melbourne. Divya is a PhD candidate at the University of Melbourne, and her thesis addresses the control of venereal disease and sexual surveillance in colonial South India. She did her BA and MPhil at the University of Delhi, and she's particularly interested in her work in seeking to highlight the vital role of Indian agency in policy implementation regarding venereal diseases. And her title for her paper this morning is Spaces of Confinement and Refuge, Lock Hospitals and Female Resistance in Madras, India in the late 19th century.
Hello everyone, and thank you, Jane, for that wonderful introduction. Today in this paper, I'll be examining how lock hospitals in 19th century colonial South India were functioned both as spaces of confinement for women suspected of practicing prostitution and spreading venereal diseases, and also as a place of refuge for poor and destitute women. So it will emphasize the control and surveillance employed by the colonial government and its anxieties about clandestine prostitution and venereal diseases. So these fears of clandestine prostitution and venereal diseases led to the use of various methods to confine Indian women to lock hospitals and subject them to ill treatment at the hands of both British medical surgeons and Indian subordinate staff. So nonetheless, some women were able to subvert the lock hospital system to suit their immediate needs. By highlighting the changing shape and use of lock hospital space, in this paper, this paper will describe various strategies of resistance employed by these Indian women to subvert the lock hospital space and challenge the proscription of the Contagious Diseases Act, which was implemented to control venereal disease in 1868 in Madras Presidency. By doing so, it illustrates the malleable nature of colonial hospital space, which was contested and transformed by the colonial rulers and the ruled alike. But before we discuss the lock hospital space and Indian women's agency, I would like to give you a brief background on what lock hospitals were and how they came into existence and how the measures to control venereal diseases affected and altered Indian women's lives in 19th century Madras. So the term so the term lock in the lock hospital is derived from loke, which was in Europe was a house for lepers and leprosy patients. So towards 17th century, when leprosy started declining, these leprosy houses or lock hospitals became the place where people with venereal disease or the pox were kept until they were believed to be cured and reformed. So the lock hospitals, which were functioning in Europe from 17th century, they were introduced to colony, especially in India, on experimental basis in some barracks in northern India in late 18th century. And in Madras in 1805, it was introduced to some of the cantonments in one of those Madras presidencies. So the reason for these, for the introduction of lock hospital was the deteriorating health of European troops in India, which was one of the key issues which haunted the English East India Company and later the British Raj. So the presence of European troops was very important because they were the backbone of British administration and were crucial for the maintenance of British colonial dominance in India. So in the aftermath of Crimean War and Indian Rebellion of 1857, the spotlight was turned on the health of British soldiers working in India. So a royal commission was set up in 1858 to inquire about the sanitary and medical condition of the British troops living in India. So the imperial government was shocked to find out that more of its European troops died of diseases than in military combat. So even more shockingly, venereal disease were the most prevalent among the British troops in India. So most of these British men working in India were confined to cantonments and were forbidden to marry or to bring an English wife to India after 1830s because of it being expensive and various other reasons. So as a result, the colonial administration tactfully tolerated prevalence of prostitution to allow these men to satiate their manly urges, fearing that refusal to do so would lead to sexual misconducts such as rape and what they consider to be sexual misconduct of sodomy among the troops. So since prostitution had to be tolerated, therefore the colonial government had to provide a healthy pool of Indian women to or Indian prostitutes to ensure the protection of its precious European soldiers. So under these circumstances, the Indian Contagious Diseases Act of 1868 was implemented, and the work of lock hospital, which were functioning since late 18th century, became even more rigorous in late 19th century. So under the act, any Indian women suspected of practicing prostitution or being venereally diseased were registered and examined every fortnight or every 7 days. So if these women were found to be infected by venereal diseases, they were confined to lock hospital until they were cured. So the colonial administration's anxiety around clandestine prostitution led to strict surveillance over women in India and the appointment of detective forces such as gumastas and peons and other people. So detection of clandestine prostitution, the registration process, and the intimate medical examination of women in lock hospitals led to ill treatment of suspected women by police, surgeons, gumastas, and other subordinate staffs alike. So in particular, women in public were subjected to strict vigilance, and often their personal dignity was violated by these colonial employees. So the process of detection itself was mostly based on biases such as caste of the women being suspected, her area of residence, her marital status, whom she lived with, or simply due to the mere presence of these women in public. So the strict surveillance and confining nature of lock hospitals led to some women to resist and escape the system, while others found loopholes within the rules to subvert the system and the hospital space to suit their immediate circumstances. So previous works on venereal diseases by Philippa Levin, Douglas M. Pierce, Erica Wald, and so on and so forth have discussed the Contagious Diseases Act and the British imperial measures to control venereal diseases among Indian women and British Army, but less attention has been placed on women's agencies, and especially Indian women's agencies. So Sarah Hodges makes an exception with her work on the aspects of women's agency in the lock hospitals. So her work also focuses on Madras Presidency, and Hodges argues that although lock hospitals were primarily used for sexual surveillance and penitence, during the famine of mid-1870s, the inmates reconfigured the lock hospital space and function for their survivals. So instead of looking at the Lock Hospitals and the Contagious Diseases Act as comparative colonial metropolitan history of women, race, and medico-legal social control, as the previous works done, Hodges has tried to re-articulate how Indian poor and destitute women misread or reconfigured the hospital domain as state relief to evade starvations. So in that sense, Hodges sees the colonial governmentality of health as a set of embezzlement by the colonized themselves. So although I agree with most of what Hodges has argued, in this paper, I diverge from her analysis in the sense that I do not see the subversion of lock hospital space by these poor and destitute women as their misreading of the institution. Rather, I want to highlight the possibility of conscious resistance by these women. I also do not see the use of lock hospital space as a temporary refuge only during the famine of 1870s, but I look at it even before and beyond it. So it is challenging to trace women's resistance to or subversion of the system from the scattered archival sources available from this period. The women I am focusing on in this period in this paper belong to the lower strata of the society, both caste-wise and economically. There are very few sources or archives which represent their voices or experiences. So the women in my source are only present, to borrow Derrida's words, in spectral sense, figures which are neither fully present nor fully absent. So these there are abundant complaints, official complaints about these women, but they are absent, but there is an absence of representation by themselves, their own voice. So in this situation, women's agency is masked by the voice of colonial authorities, which needs to be teased out. So in this paper, I look for their actions rather than their voices. So through examination of annual lock hospital reports and reports on implementation of Contagious Diseases Acts, and especially the complaint section, the ability of some women to resist and subvert the lock hospital space can be revealed. So for example, in 1867, in the annual lock hospital report for CHAM, the surgeon J.T. Williams lamented that registered prostitutes often evaded the inspection and the registration by leaving the cantonments and by going and living beyond the Contagious Diseases Act's jurisdictions. So a suggested remedy by him was that the act be introduced all over India so that the women suspected of practicing prostitution could not escape the inspection by living beyond the act's jurisdiction. A similar complaint was reported by H. Stan Brown, the health officer of Madras in July 1869. Stan Brown complained that Nagamma, an alleged prostitute, was living with two other fellow prostitutes, Tai and Meenakshi, who upon realizing that Nagamma was restrained to the lock hospitals for 28 days for being diseased, left the neighborhood of Chulamaid and went to live in another suburb of Madras called Tandayarpet. So several requests by lock hospital surgeons and in charge and medical officers to extend the jurisdiction of the act and implement it to the surrounding neighborhoods of the cantonment clearly indicate the continued practice of escaping surveillance by these women by moving to a different locality where they could not be controlled. So similar to the complaints of women moving and living beyond the cantonment rules, there were other complaints in number of lock hospital reports which indicate women's resistance. The medical examiners often complained about women who either refused to register or who took leave of absence to avoid medical inspections. For example, in April 1869, Stan Brown reported that there had been as many as 21 prosecutions against women for non-registry and refusing to attend regular medical examination, of which 19 had been convicted. So Major Surgeon A.C. McLeod from Sikandrabad also complained that as many as 20 women were accounted for being on leave and avoiding weekly inspection of lock hospitals, but were communicating freely with the soldiers. So McLeod concluded that these women who were in the habit of being inspected obtained leave of absence to avoid the medical inspection because they knew they were diseased and wanted to escape the long detention of lock hospitals. So McLeod recommended that certain rules be followed, as in giving these registered women's a license, or these women not being allowed to enter within 5 miles of the cantonment while they were on leave of absence, or women who were returning from leave of absence before their leave expired to inform immediately or be liable for punishments. So all these rules and complaints indicate how these women obtained leave of absence and continued their trade or continued living near the cantonment without the technical obligation of attending the medical inspection. So the surgeon, however, the McLeod, however, concluded that these women were diseased and wanted to escape inspection, which they otherwise were accustomed to avoid long hospital detention, without considering that these women could have avoided hospital inspection due to a sense of personal dignity. So both complaints about women leaving the cantonment and living beyond its limits and complaints about their unexplained absence show that women were able to use mobility to evade surveillance and control. And complaints regarding leave of absence hint at these women's ability to find loopholes within the lock hospital system and use it to their advantage, in which they escaped medical inspection and at the same time continued their trade. So another example of women using their agency is their habit of deliberately escaping the lock hospitals after being put under detention. For example, in September 1886, 2 women, Raja and Lakshmi, um, um, were charged by the lock hospital matron, Mrs. Tuley, for breaking away from the lock hospitals in the Black Town and for stealing lock hospital clothes worth 5 to 10 rupees. So the women were presented at the police court and sentenced to 1 month's rigorous imprisonment. Similarly, in 1845 report on Tiruchinappalli venereal ward, it was reported that the inpatients of lock wards were supplied hospital clothes, which had double objective of one, giving them comfort and at the same time keeping check on them from running away. So these women would voluntarily submit themselves to these institutions for temporary comfort, despite knowing the confining nature of these institutions, escape it once they no longer wish to stay. So these examples highlight that highlight the agency of these women to use the lock hospital space for short-term comfort of clothing and food and short accommodation, but run away from these institutions when they no longer wish to stay. So apart from these instances of stealing, there are examples of women, poor and destitute women, using the lock hospital as an asylum to escape the Great Famine of Madras in 1876 to 78. And it was reported that the women who were registered under the lock hospital almost doubled and almost increased from 13 to 26 in the in 1860s to 43 to 50 in late 1870s. So surgeons such as T.J. Howell and E.S. Cleveland from Bellary and Bangalore reported that these women would voluntarily seek treatment during the famine to escape starvation, but they will abscond. For example, 55 of these women absconded from the hospital once the famine pressure declined. So these reports clearly indicate how these women subverted the lock hospital system to benefit them during the Great Famine of Madras Presidency. So, but overcrowding of the lock hospital was prevalent even before the famine of 1876. For example, in 1869, it was reported that there was overcrowding in the Veperi Lock Hospital, where excess patients were provided accommodation and food in a makeshift tent near the hospital. So these examples indicate that overcrowding the lock hospital for food and accommodation was prevalent even before the famine of 1876 and 78. So most likely they did not confuse the lock hospital space with the Famine Relief Commission, as Hodges has argued. Similarly, these examples pointed out in the paper previously with regards to running away from the lock hospital after a short stay, illustrate that the women used lock institution for short time comforts even when there was no famine. So they were aware of the consequence of being registered by the lock institution, and I want to believe that some of them consciously subverted these colonial institutions' control to suit their immediate circumstance. So conscious or misreading on their part, escaping the surveillance by using mobility, the overcrowding of lock hospitals by these women, using the lock hospital space for temporary accommodation or comfort, and escaping the hospital when it did not comply with them, nevertheless does point out these women's ability to find loopholes within the colonial institutions and use it to their advantage. In that sense, change the lock hospital space and use it either for their survival by subverting it or escape the surveillance and resist it. That's it. I'm open for questions.
Many thanks indeed, Divya. That was a fascinating and rich paper. And thank you for the way in which you so powerfully shone a spotlight onto those themes of agency and mobility, which again, I think will resonate not just through the papers that we've already heard this morning, but through the rest of the conference. We were due to have a fourth paper in this session, but unfortunately, our speaker is not on the Zoom call. And as a result, we are going to move straight into the discussion of the three papers that we have heard today. It means that we will have a little longer for discussion, which I think is a wonderful way of starting the conference, particularly because our coffee breaks will have to be held in isolation. And so we can hopefully have some of those rich conversations as part of this dialogue. So I think, Francesca, perhaps if you also would like to put your video on, and I'll remind everybody that you can put your questions directly into the chat function at the bottom of the screen. But perhaps while everybody is gathering together their thoughts, I might start by asking a question. actually that comes back to one of the issues that Francesca raised in her paper right at the beginning about the purpose of these institutions and whether it is more about segregation or protection. And in fact, ask that of any of our speakers who would like to speak to that. So thinking particularly about the purpose of the institution and whether or not it is intended to be a space of segregation or protection. Who would like to start? I don't know whether Francesca's actually there. Are you there, Francesca? Oh, great, you are. You are.
Sorry.
No problem. No problem. Yes, so my question was about the purpose of the different types of institutions that we've been hearing about this morning, and returning to that question that you introduced at the start of your paper about those dynamics of protection and segregation, and how you might characterize the purpose of the hospitals you've each been considering this morning.
Yeah.
Can I answer that?
Yes, please.
So clearly the Lock hospitals were an institution which was in theory was for protection of both the British men and the Indian women who or poor Indian women who might be suffering from venereal disease, who might be accidentally spreading it to the the British colonizers and all of these things. But I think this institution functioned more or less, I don't know if it was segregating though. It was more or less creating a category of women, creating a category of diseased, which was also gendered and, which was also like limited in its surveillance and control, because to be honest, the Lock hospital system and all the medical officers are like really lamenting that, we are leaving the British soldiers out of our inspection, but we are only inspecting these poor women. But whereas this, which is a halfway, like a half and half, I don't know how to put it in words, like it's incomplete inspection or incomplete treatment anyway. So I think this institution, although in theory it was to protect, people from venereal diseases and everything, but it practically did segregate a section of population, a section of colonized women, and created a category of women and a gendered identity, a gendered as well as caste-based identity, where a certain section of women and certain women who were in public, who belonged to a certain caste, who looked in a certain way, needed to be segregated from the public domain in order to protect the public health. And I'm quoting public health because here the public health meant the health of the British in late 19th century. Of course, it spills over to the health and protection of Indians much later, but during this time period. I think, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
So I think that setting up of the maternity hospitals in Mysore princely state was, the idea behind it was basically to protect the people, especially the vulnerable and marginalized who are not given a position until now. The Wadeyars basically did not have, as I mentioned in my presentation, feudal ties. They were just created and they had to prove their ability to the people. So how do you prove it? You bring in administrative measures because they were called as modern, and we have the colonizers also repeatedly saying, follow Mysore example, because they have a representative assembly, they have all these institutions that are being established moving towards modernization. So I think basically it was established to protect a group of people. Of course, there was segregation inside because the Indian society itself functioned like that. Without segregation, it was not possible to provide treatment. So you segregate the hospital space and then see to it that especially the upper caste women who never actually took the hospital facilities could come. It was never aimed at providing care to the lower caste women. The lower caste women would usually come in because it was free, good food, and a nice environment. But for the upper caste women, it was not so. That's why these maternity hospitals everywhere in Bangalore also had wards that was for the higher caste women, not just the higher caste, but there were other dominant castes like the Lingayats. So they also had separate wards, which was away from the working class women.
I completely agree with Divya and with Radhika. Also for the albergo di poveri, I think that the magistrate of the poor intention was to protect the female inmates, especially their younger ones. And I think that this line between protection and segregation is in our eyes, because charity in early modern age is a link with the idea, also with the idea of moral integrity, with reintegration in the society, with every tools, also correcting ones.
Thank you. That's fascinating, and I think it does really speak to the way in which we handle the categories of hospital patients in the past. Almost that need to create these categories by segregating and identifying these groups in order to facilitate either the public health work or to generate interest from philanthropists. So that's wonderful. So we do have some questions for individual speakers coming in the chat. So the first is from Anna Peterson for Divya. She says, thank you for your paper, it was excellent. You mentioned that lock hospitals were often repurposed loc hospitals. Do you think that the popular memory of the latter impacted how these spaces were understood?
To an extent, yes. Because to be honest, especially in Europe, I don't, not in colony though, but in Europe, as far as my knowledge goes, lock hospitals also functioned as lock asylums, where these women or anybody who came to the lock hospitals were given chance to morally uplift themselves and become a better person. And to an extent, even when leprosy was not, the germ theory and everything was not invented yet, it was considered as a sinner's disease, or like something that a morally degraded person will endure upon them. So to an extent, it spilled over to the colonies as well, where these, of course, venereal disease itself is considered as a moral disease because it's sexually transmitted and the kind of all those stuff. But yeah, I think to an extent, yes, the impact sort of carried forward and of the local hospital. Yeah. So in that sense, these women were like also tried to be segregated, as I mentioned earlier, and confined to a place until they were cured, both physically and morally. More in, the moral part or the or a counseling or an asylum part was more prevalent in Europe than in colony, unfortunately, due to the reasons I have mentioned, because they needed that kind of sexual outlet for these men, British men who were forbidden to marry or bring a European wife to the colony. So it was a necessary evil. That's what most pragmatist colonial administrators would say. That's a necessary evil. We had to tolerate it. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And we have one from Joanna for Francesca. She says, are there significant differences between the welfare system of the Republic of Genoa compared with other Italian regions?
Yes, I think that the main difference between the welfare of the Republic of Genoa from the other welfare system is based on the presence of the albergo dei poveri, while in the other Italian cities of early modern age, there are similar institutions like l'Ospedale dei Mendicanti, the Beggars Hospital of Bologna and Venice, which were founded in the second half of the 16th century. This last one are smaller and with less financial resources. So we can see that while in Genoa there was a public control on the welfare system, which was embodied in the albergo dei poveri. In other cities, we can see the presence of more institution, which one was dedicated to a special category of the poor. I don't know if I answered your question.
Wonderful, thank you. We have a question from Joseph Curran for each of the speakers. He asks whether in managing the hospitals, there was a concern about the institution's reputations and how that sense of the public perception might have affected the hospital's work and how that work was discussed publicly. So that's to all three speakers, whoever would like to go first.
Okay, so in the region, in Mysore region, the doctors played a prominent role, especially in the maternity hospitals. And they conducted various activities so that, people actually came in and took the services of the institutions. So there were a lot of health propagandas that was done in order to popularize hospital medicine as such. They also conducted a lot of these training programs for the midwives in scientific training. So that way they were able to actually take the messages from the hospital or the doctors to that of the rural people. The public health nurses also played a very important role later on in post-1930s as such in carrying the messages and informing people about the various health risks. So it was not just of one institution that actually was involved in giving out the messages, but it all came under one set of institutions, maternity hospitals, or be it other epidemic hospitals. So they all worked hand in hand because it was very centralized and came under one authority as such.
The reputation of the institution was definitely not that good. Whether it was among the Indian population or whether it was among the other British men who were not working for the military. I'm talking about the missionaries and the businessmen who came with the company. So definitely they were mostly the missionary and clergymen who were allowed after the Charter Act of 1813 to India. They were definitely not pleased about having a hospital which was dedicated to prostitutes or harlots. That's how they would describe getting getting all the comforts of the hospital, getting the food and clothing, and in fact even sunbathing in these in the verandas of the hospital space. So it definitely had a bad reputation among the missionary men. And as far as how it affected the work of the lock hospitals, definitely it affected in the sense that not in terms of these missionary men's opinion of the lock hospital, but in terms of the Indian men's opinion of these lock hospitals, because a lot of Indian men towards the late 19th century started developing this idea of ideal women, ideal Indian women, upper caste women who were, not to be seen in public, who would be like, if they cross the, boundaries of their household, threshold of the household, they are like, prostitutes, or then they're like the deviant women who need to be feared and everything. So that opinion, which was forming in late 19th century, sort of started affecting the establishment of lock hospitals, which were actually in mid 19th century, were just right in the center of these cantonments and the cities, especially in Madras city. It was in popular locations which had to be moved because of local Indian rich men's protest against, we won't tolerate these kind of immoral hospitals being built near our neighborhood. It needs to be transported or anything. So they had to like shift the lock hospital from prominent places to places which were more secluded and not in the public eye, where these women could not be seen and everything, which created other kind of administrative problems, of course. And in general, lock hospital itself was like the institution itself was like failing massively anyway, without all these general problems and public opinion. But these opinions are like added fuel to the already failing institution. I hope that answered that question.
I think that the magistrate of the poor tried a lot to protect its reputation, because it was linked with the financial aspect, because alms and money given by private benefactor was linked with the reputation of D'Albergo dei Poveri. We can see this preoccupation in the draft paper which were wrote before the rules, and maybe influenced also the beliefs of the society about the inmates of the albergo. We can see that ex albergo dei poveri inmates were identified as host of the albergo also in trials. It was like a stigma, social stigma on the ex albergo dei poveri inmates.
Yeah, that is fascinating. Thank you. The way in which that association with the institution endures, even when they've moved beyond the space of the hospital. There is a question from John Henderson for Francesca. He writes, you mentioned punishments for those within the albergo. How commonly were there cases of people who broke the rules within the institution? And what were the main activities for which they were punished?
Unfortunately, we had only the notice of these punishments in the decrees. So there are very short description of these activities, and they said also that there are they are punished by the sister superior because they were intolerant to their orders. So the women, as they had shade, and they are humiliated during the refractory time. So it's the most common punishment.
Thank you. I might ask a question again of each of you in a slightly different way, because I wondered, Francesca, when you talked about the different dormitories that existed within the institution, how deliberate the placement was of each of these different groups. In other words, whether or not some groups were placed deliberately more centrally, closer to the church, perhaps others thought to be in a safer, more respectable group, and could therefore be closer to the boundaries of the institution and the external windows and so on. So to what extent is it possible to talk about deliberate use of space that reflects the different categories of women going into the dormitories in terms of their location? And Radhika and Devya, I wondered whether or not, again, you could say a little bit about how those perceptions of morality and social status are then mapped onto the use of space within the institutions, or perhaps to their location within their urban settings. So, to what extent might we align those categories of respectability and morality either to the use of space within the institutions or the location of those institutions within their broader communities?
Okay, you go first.
Okay. So thanks. So in Kolar, it being a mining town, basically, so there was a class difference, and the class difference was very stark. So you had the Anglo-Indians being in one part of the town. Anglo-Indians basically refer to the Eurasians. Apart from that, we had the Europeans who were in the most in a more posher part of the town, while the miners, although KGF was supposed to be one of the cleanest towns in south of India, the miners did not have that much of that great of a location to stay in. I think we come to know more about the location as well as the space of the people when we are looking at the plague measures that were taken during the 1899 epidemics. So this was kind of brought into the hospital space also, where these segregation of spaces it was more to do with sanitation and cleanliness rather than, I would say, to do with other things. So basically, it was felt that the natives are not clean and they spread infectious diseases. So that's why it's better to put them in one corner, while the upper caste women as well as the Europeans were put in another corner. So there was a long corridor that usually separated these these three classes of women as such. It's also very interesting to know that the natives had to share a public latrine. I mean, even in the hospital, they had one common latrine that had to be shared by all. But for the upper caste women and Europeans, they had their own latrine system, which because in order to avoid the spread of infections. So it was mostly to do with hygiene and sanitation. I think I would look at the space like that rather than looking at it from the religious or the caste point of view.
So, like I mentioned in my other answer when I was answering another question, so there was, especially towards the late 19th century, there was measures to conceal these log hospital from the public eye, as it was creating more nuisance and morally deviant, and especially the nationalism that was emerging, and the nationalist Indian men who wanted to create a particular ideal image for women wanted these hospitals to be removed or at least be concealed from the public eye. So which I've already talked about. Other than that, other kind of space allocations could be that there was this interesting report on allotting European nurses to the lock hospital. So the conversation was going around the back and forth. Conversation was about, do we really need to appoint European nurses for these, Indian women who are most likely prostitutes? We should reserve them for, the British soldiers and troops who need them more. So, those kind of segregations happened. And for better or for worse, although there was in theory, there were separate lock hospitals and regular hospitals and civil hospitals, but there were certain sections dedicated to venereal wards or lock wards where the soldiers were also treated. But of course, they tried their level best to keep these factions of people away from each other, because that they believed that was causing more problem among the British troops rather than anything else. So they did try to segregate them, and of course sometimes misreading did happen, although I'm saying that they consciously misused the lock hospital space. But often there was no female hospital, like Radhika might have mentioned in her work, that although there was lying in hospital, which was introduced much later in Madras, and especially upper caste women started using them much later. So sometimes the lock hospitals to certain women would function also like makeshift hospitals of for people who were not venereally diseased, or who were not prostitutes, who were not even destitute women, who would just merely want to seek a medical prescription from the European, wanted to try out European medicine. So there are instances of that. So so there are conversations about turning these Veperi lock hospital, which was more popular in Madras, into a female hospital rather than keep it as a lock hospital. And I think towards 20th century, it was turned into a female hospital. And it was one of the, I think probably one of the only lock hospitals that were actually turned into a regular female hospital rather than which remained lock hospitals. So yeah, so these were some of the moral segregations they wanted to maintain, but of course, and they were not very successful. Sometimes everything, merged over.
As concern the albergo dei poveri, sadly, we can't reconstruct how these dormitories was placed in 17th century with in accurate way, because in 19th century there was a reconstructing program to transform the albergo dei poveri in a more functional shelter for old people, and it has been used as for this purpose until 2000. So we have a more fragmented information about this topic. We know that there were around the church free infirmary. So the people who was affected by diseases could be more near the church. And we also know that the noble women live in the highest floor because it is divided in these small rooms also nowadays.
That's wonderful, thank you. We don't, I don't think, have any more questions in the chat. So, Anna, I wonder whether or not that might be a sensible point at which to move into the coffee break, because I think our three speakers have fielded many questions in a vivid way through their answers. Does that seem sensible?
Yes, I think that everyone deserves a break. Thank you so much. Your papers were fantastic. It was honestly, such a good way to start off this conference. So yes, take your much deserved break, please.
Thank you very much.
I will return at 11:15. See you soon.
One thing, it's already dinner time here in Melbourne, so unfortunately I won't be able to attend the session after the coffee time. I'm really sorry. It's not because I don't want to, it's too late here. So I would like to go have my dinner and sleep, if that's all right.
Of course, thank you. Enjoy your dinner, and thank you so much.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning and welcome. It's an honor for me to present this panel, which analyzes in a particular and multifaceted way the different issues related to way psychiatric hospitals operate in European and international context. The first presentation will be Adelino Cardoso, professor at the Nova University of Lisbon, with his paper Garden as a Therapeutic Means in the Treatment of Mental Illness. We reflect on the link between therapy and the use of outdoor space. Starting from the case study of the gardens of the Conde Ferreira Hospital, he will highlight how outdoor space affect the therapeutic process of the mentality patient. Following this, Monica Anker, professor at the University Medical Center Edinburgh, Eppendorf, will reflect on the many variables that characterize the so-called based treatment introduced at the end of the 19th century. This communication will also reflect on the transformation and use of the space, in this case, the interior of hospital. The third presentation by Jasmine Safi, a professor at American University of Beirut, will take us to the Middle East and in particular, taking the Egyptian case as a starting point. We show how the British administration effort to control madness focused on asylum reforms that eventually changed the nature of mental health care in the country. Finally, Paola Feminas, Chairman, University of Technology, Elisabetta Punzi, University of Gothenburg, and Naika Soderland, University of Gothenburg, will close our panel with an analysis that will take us to North Europe. The authors will reflect on the transformation of a urban setting, the use and reuse of the hospital, which takes on the different contours in the different historical periods. Each speech is 20 minutes. I will very straight, so we have some time for debate. Now, we start the first communication from Adelino Cardoso, CHAM Nova University of Lisbon, with gardens and therapeutic means in the treatment of mental illness. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. I congratulate the organization of this relevant and nice event. I will try to share my presentation. Can you see my?
Yes.
Okay. Then I begin saying sorry, because I want to I apologize for my English and for my difficulties with these technological instruments. Then plants have always been in the hospitals from the end of the Middle Ages until current times. Indeed, hospitals cultivated medical gardens for producing medicaments. Generally, the most part of medicaments were from plants and herbs. However, the institution of gardens...
Desculpe, Adelino, desculpe interromper. Nós não estamos a ver o vídeo, o PowerPoint. Já está a partilhar.
Foi isso que eu há bocadinho perguntei se estavam a ver. Porque
estamos a ver a sua imagem, mas não estamos a ver o
PowerPoint. Eu fui a share, eu sou muito inábil nisto, eu fui a share, carreguei em share e depois abri o PowerPoint. Então vou minimizar o PowerPoint. Eu peço desculpa.
Não faz mal, também a mim não conseguiam ver.
Vou aqui a share, novamente. Sim. Share screen. Peço desculpa.
Não faz mal. Conseguimos ver só a sua imagem.
Estou em share screen. E agora carrego no documento, é isso?
Não vemos nada. Vemos só a sua imagem.
Sim, carregue no documento, por favor.
Ok. Já se vê?
Não.
Que chato. Pena.
Edith, se quiseres, podemos fazer com Mônica e depois voltamos a Adelino, não é?
Sim, Edith, eu posso mandar para si o documento.
Está bem.
Peço desculpa.
Okay.
I apologize. Sorry.
Ok.
Vamos continuar com a Mônica?
Sim, sim.
Yes. Sorry.
Não faz mal. Então, the first presentation is Monica Enkel, University Medical Center, Edinburgh, Eppendorf, becoming a God hospital, spatial configuration and maintenance asylums in Germany around the 19th century. Monica, welcome.
Okay, hello, and thank you very much for the invitation. And a small remark, I'm not based in Hamburg anymore. I'm based at the Medical University in Vienna since a few months, but not a big difference. So I try to share my presentation, and I hope this will work.
Yes.
Yes, you see it? Okay, perfect. So, okay. And I hope you understand me and everything is fine. Okay, then I start. So the title of my presentation is Becoming a Good Hospital, Spatial Configurations in Mental Asylums in Germany around 1900. The starting point of my talk are mental asylums in Germany at the beginning of the 20th century and some of the spatial material configurations that have been undertaken in order to become a good hospital, as I put it in reference to the call for paper of this conference. So in the next 15 and 20 minutes, I will use the example of the wall, the window bars, and the sickbed to elaborate on at least 3 of the spatial material modifications that were discussed and realized in mental asylums around 1900 in regard and in response to certain debates. And I will come back to that in a few minutes. Each of these 3 examples that I will elaborate on had a symbolic, a material, and a spatial dimension, and not only configured actions, but also, and this was quite important, perceptions. So my presentation is structured around these 3 elements in such a way that by starting with the wall, it will take us from the outer borders of the institution to at least one of its interior spaces. Now, about the structure of my presentation, first I will outline the significance of the spatial arrangement and the material culture in the debate on transforming the mental asylum to a good hospital. For this, I will refer to a book by the German psychiatrist Albrecht Betz that was published in 1893, and that I think is remarkable in this regard because he really is very attentive towards things and spaces. And then I will turn to my first example, the wall that enclosed, not always, but very often, the asylum's grounds, as well as some of their buildings, and marked a boundary line between the inside and the outside, regulating access, exit, and view. I will then go on to discuss my second example, the window bars that indicate a further spatial material modification, and again describe a boundary between inside and outside, and again touches questions of seeing. And finally, we find ourselves inside the asylum, where I want to turn to another spatial material modification that was realized through the sickbed, accompanied by a rearrangement of the psychiatric interior spaces. Okay, so the meaning of spatial arrangements and material culture in the debate of the humanization and modernization of the mental asylum. At the end of the 19th century, mental asylums became more and more the subject of public critique. They were perceived as prison-like institutions where patients were not cared for or cured, but buried alive. The three examples of my presentation were intensively discussed in the context of the debates on how to humanize and modernize the treatment of psychiatric patients, how to avoid coercive treatment methods and physical restraint, how to realize a more liberal or freer treatment of the patients, how to align the mental asylums to the general hospitals, and how to make the psychiatric hospital more appealing so as to provoke less critique from the public. In these debates about the reformation and reorientation of the mental asylum, its spatial material rearrangement played a key role. The example of the practices of isolating patients in single cells shows that psychiatrists at that time already observed that the environment influenced the patient's behavior and reflected on its effects. So that was later named under the term environmental psychology can already be perceived here. So closed asylums that had been built in the corridor system and had been very popular throughout the 19th century were more and more criticized for the negative effects that they had on the mentally ill, and were gradually replaced by the pavilion system. You see here on the left hand, the mental asylum Klingen-Münster, built in a corridor system, a closed asylum, and on the other side, the mental asylum in Rufach that lays open in the grounds. So the pavilion system should offer enough space for work, for freer movement on the grounds, and allow the spatial separation of the patients according to the symptoms. It should give the asylum a village-like look. One of the early proponents of a reformation of the mental asylum on the basis of a modification of its space was the psychiatrist Albrecht Petz, who was director at the mental asylum Rittergut Altscherbitz in Saxony, that consisted of large grounds with a closed central building for the treatment of the mentally ill in the acute stage of their disease, and the open pavilions for the chronically ill who could move freely around and worked in the asylum's own agriculture or workshops. This picture is from the mental asylum Rufach, but you see that the patients work here on the grounds and they are not confined. So in 1893, Petz published a book on the so-called colonization of the mentally ill according to the open door system, where he outlined the general conditions for implementing this treatment method. I don't want to go into detail here, but what I found remarkable about this book, what I find is, at this point I want to focus on, is the attention that he directed at objects and spaces. How he reflected on the possible effects that spaces and objects could have on the patient's behavior. So Petz was very attentive to the many ordinary things and their symbolic value, and he expressed a certain paradox when he demanded in his book that nothing in the asylum should remind the patient of the asylum and his lack of freedom. Betz, for example, mentioned the interior furnishings of the asylum that in his eyes had very much contributed that the asylum differed from general hospitals and that the public feared being in an asylum. He demanded to adapt the asylum's furnishings and things of daily use to the patient's accustomed living conditions. According to Betz, the mentally ill person felt violated in his human dignity by objects that were specifically designed for the use in an asylum. And he really named this word, human dignity, that the human dignity is violated by these objects. And he mentions, for example, unbreakable tableware or specific windows and so on. So these asylum-specific objects provoke a kind of irritability in the patient and a desire for destruction, and therefore they should be avoided. You see here the contents of the book, and the aspects that I'm especially interested in are not just simple objects, but objects that unfold a spatial dimension, objects that have a spatial quality, so objects that have an effect on space. And this leads us to my first example, to the walls, the fences, and the hedges. So I will now elaborate on the discussion about the enclosing walls of the mental asylums that on the one hand defined its grounds, and on the other hand hindered patients from escaping, as well as people from outside from entering. There could be different walls in an asylum. Walls, as I already mentioned, that surrounded the entire grounds, and walls that enclosed the gardens or courtyards of certain buildings. For psychiatrists like Betz, walls were a symbol of unfreedom, mistrust, and anxiety that gave the mental asylum a prison-like appearance and suggested that people were held here against their will. According to Betz and others, walls should be removed or replaced. An exception was made for the buildings for the forensic patients. As you can see in this picture, you see the building behind the wall, and the wall is a little bit covered by trees and plants. The director of the asylum, Gabasee, whose grounds had no boundaries, agreed with one of his colleagues who stated that he didn't want to be a patient in an institution where one could not escape. Hedges and stacked fences in different heights were discussed as alternatives to a brick wall and presented as natural boundaries. Asylum directors elaborated on this in the different reports that were published in the 2 volumes of the book by Johannes Bressler on German hospitals for the mentally ill from 1910 and 1912. In these reports, they emphasized that they get along very well without enclosing the buildings of the institution with walls, and that natural boundaries were perfectly sufficient. The heights of the fences that surrounded the courtyards and gardens of certain pavilions were right. They were adapted to the symptoms of the patients that were housed there and to the assumed need for safety, as you can see, for example, in this picture. This picture is from the mental asylum Langenhorn. It shows an observation pavilion for men. And you see here that the fence was higher than the people it enclosed. But unlike a wall, the fence did not disturb the view of the patients, and at the same time allowed to monitor them even from outside. So this is, I think, quite interesting in comparison to the wall. Here we have another picture of a villa for women at the mental asylum Langenhorn. And you can see that in that case, the fence was such that the patients could look over it. So it was not that high. And here another example from, I think, Königslutter. I don't see it. Yes, Königslutter. And here you see an open villa. So only the houses for quiet and chronically ill patients who were able to work were mostly not fenced. Psychiatrists also recommended that the fences of the buildings should be overgrown with hedges, as this looks friendlier and takes away the appearance of an unnatural boundary that was intentionally set. You can see it here in this example of Gießen. There is this fence, and it is overgrown by hedges or plant. And one last detail, Albrecht Betz also argued for the removal of the walls for that reason, to foster the vigilance among the nurses. He made the argument that nurses become derelict in monitoring the patients when the grounds of the asylum were enclosed by a wall or a high fence. In his book, Betz advocated for the so-called surveillance principle and against the confinement system, as he called it. And this leads me to the debate on windows and window bars in the context of the reformation of psychiatric hospitals. Psychiatrists in the middle of the 19th century, not end of the 19th century, so I take this look before I go back to the time around 1900. So psychiatrists in the middle of the 19th century seem to largely agree that window bars in an asylum were unavoidable. They were supposed to protect the patients from self-harm and reduce the risk of escape. Even though they should not be removed, their design could be adapted to the group of patients in the wards. That means that, for example, the wards for the quiet patients could be designed in such a way that they restrict the view less and in particular, allow the patient to look around in all directions. This is a quote. In this case, having a view outside became a privilege for those patients who behave quietly. On the other hand, this statement indicates that the bars in front of the windows could be set differently, broad or narrow, so that they let in more or less air and light and gave the view out of the window more or less free. At the end of the 19th century, the discussion about removing the bars came up again in the context of the debate of the so-called freer treatment of the patients and the humanization and modernization of the asylums. Psychiatrists intensively discussed the advantages and disadvantages of window bars and the conditions under which they could be removed. They argued in which rooms of the asylum window bars could be avoided and in which they could not. They shared and reported on their experiences with windows that were made out of, for example, unbreakable glass, or unbarred windows that were especially designed for the use in an asylum, or even windows that were constructed by psychiatrists themselves, like Albrecht Betz, for example. He designed a window for an isolation cell. Here you see, for example, a window at the mental asylum in Langenhorn. It's a so-called triple wing window where one can open the side wings so that the air can come in and get out. And here the window that Albrecht Betz presented in his book on the colonization of the mentally ill. It's a window for the use in an isolation cell. So, psychiatrists who argued in favor of keeping the window bars feared that if they were to be removed, the windows in the wards would no longer be opened, and thus the rooms would no longer be ventilated, accumulating bad smells and bad air. Psychiatrists who were in favor of removing the bars pointed to their symbolic meaning. They argued that the bars were alienating and frightening to both the patient and the public, as they were more resembling of a prison than of a place for a cure. We heard this argument already when I was talking about the wall, and this argument was by no means new. As the psychiatrist Eduard Hitzig put it, the window bars made the patients feel, quote, not in a hospital. And he often heard the sentence when talking to patients, but I haven't done anything wrong. The window bars evoked a feeling of guilt and punishment, but not of illness and care. In this respect, Hitzig also raised the rather interesting question of whether, quote, such sensations can impair healing. But he left this question undecided. As far as the published sources document, most of the psychiatrists at the beginning of the 20th century seemed to agree on the removal of the window bars only under the premise that there was a strict supervision of the patients by the nurses. Only the human eye could be able to replace the iron border and guarantee for the patient's security and for the control of their actions. As Albrecht Petz noted, if this supervision was given, then, quote, not even the slightest attempt to violently damage the window for the purpose of escape can be successful. Petz recommended the removal of the window bars for all patient rooms, except for the toilets and other side rooms. The unbarred windows were locked with a special shutter so that they could only be opened by the nurses. In German, it's Dornenschloss. I don't know what it is in other languages. So the wards for the agitated, Petz proposed that the windows should have no bars, but panes that were smaller divided. And referring to the isolation cells, where special security measures were required, Petz argued for the replacement of the bars with tempered glass. This was a glass that was newly developed at that time and that was nearly unbreakable, and yet gave the impression of an ordinary glass, meaning that it allowed to see through. As I already mentioned, Petz also designed a window for the use in isolation cells and emphasized that this window that he designed looked friendly, he really uses this word, and did not differ from the window in a regular living room at home, besides the lack of a handle. I mean, this is quite a big difference, I think. So, what Petz emphasized, and this leads me to my last example, was that replacing the window bars by human surveillance required a different spatial configuration of the wards. The corridor system that consisted of a long corridor with adjacent rooms made it impossible for the nurses to have an overview of all the patients at the same time. Therefore, rooms had to be rearranged in such a way that would facilitate the surveillance of the patients, no matter from which point of the ward. And that's where the sick bed comes in. Do I have time, or? I don't hear you, but I think 5?
5 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
I write in the chat, but.
Oh, good. Okay, so in the debates on humanizing and modernizing the asylum, the sickbed, and with it the introduction of the so-called bed treatment, played a key role and led to a rearrangement of the interior spaces of the mental asylums. For the spatial material modification in the course of the introduction of the bed treatment, the isolation cells were abandoned, their walls torn down, and the wards enlarged and equipped with rows of beds. The isolation of agitated patients in cells should be replaced by putting them to bed in a common room with others that were lying in bed. Psychiatrists emphasized that being put to bed would make the patient realize that he was sick and not punished, a feeling that could arise when housed in a cell. So the layout of the wards for bed treatment was modeled on the sick wards found in general hospitals and facilitated the surveillance of the patients by the nurses. One of the arguments that accompanied the introduction of bed treatment, and that was very much emphasized by psychiatrists, was that it turned the mental asylum into a hospital and the med into a sick patient. So here you see these wards. Thus, psychiatrists Adolf Gross remarked that the large, bright, well-ventilated day rooms of bed treatment, where patients lie cleanly in beds with white sheets, looked happier and more like hospitals. So here again, it was important what was perceived, what one could see. These wards should make a comfortable impression. If possible, the windows were to have drapes and curtains, not in this case. Acoustic stimulation should be reduced by covering the floors with linoleum. The beds should be furnished with, quote, well-cushioned horsehair mattresses, bolsters of different strengths, and white bed linens as clean as possible. The patients are all lying ward upon ward in clean beds. As the psychiatrist Salgo summarized the transformation that bed treatment brought to the mental asylum. Patients were not running around or standing around, but lying in bed. With the introduction of the bed treatment, the sick bed as an object also modified the spatial and material environment of the asylum. It regulated the movement of the patients as well as the nurses. It determined their view. It affected their perception and had a certain symbolic meaning that explained them that they were ill and being in good hands. So the sick bed, in this regard, shared common qualities with the wall and the window. Also, it's a completely different thing when you think about it. But the modification, all of these modifications were directed at actions and perceptions. I come to the end of my presentation. So not everyone was so convinced about the possibilities that the spatial material modification could bring to the mental asylum, like, for example, Albrecht Betz was. The psychiatrist Willy Dietas was critical of the effects that were attributed to the removal of the window bars, of tearing down asylum walls and replacing them with hedges and plants. He doubted that the mentally ill could be unpleasantly touched by the mere sight of a wall or a window bar. He wrote that, quote, "One goes much too far in such sentimentalities nowadays," and stated that, quote, "Sick people who are at all susceptible to such impressions know even without a wall that they are confined and feel it above all." By focusing on spatial material configurations in my presentation, I wanted to take on a maybe slightly different perspective on the reformation of the mental hospitals at that time. I wanted to highlight how objects configure spaces, frame movements, and determine perception. And I wanted to point out that psychiatrists already at that time were very much aware about the power of things and spatial material arrangements. So I would be pleased if this small insight into the history of psychiatry stimulates further research in this regard and investigates the extent to which reformations in mental hospitals, psychiatrists take place via modifications of the spatial and material culture. So I think I would be interested in, so I think this would be my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you. Back to Adelino Cardoso, CHAM, Nova University of Lisbon. Adelino,
yes, thank you.
Gardens as a therapeutic means in the treatment of mental illness. Thank you, Adelino.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Edith. My presentation is on therapeutic gardens on the role of gardens in the treatment of mental illness. Edith, the next, please. Plants have always been in the hospitals from the end of the Middle Ages until current times. in hospitals cultivate medicine gardens for producing medicaments. In fact, the most part of medicaments until recent times were from plants and herbs. However, the institution of gardens as a place for pleasure, recreation, conversation, and walking accompanies the creation of psychiatric hospitals at the transition from the 18th to the 19th century. Thank you. Pinel is a pioneer, is very important in the history of psychiatry. Is relevant concerning the definition of the scope of psychiatric science at the conceptual and the methodological level, and at the implementation of psychiatric hospitals, namely Bicêtre and Salpêtrière. He is author of books, several books, namely Traité médico-philosophique sur l'aliénation mentale, the treatise medico-philosophic on the mental alienation, is a very important book by Pinel, where he conceptualized a new way, a new designation of mental illness as basically an alienation, and he defends moral treatment. That means a therapeutic method for curing alienated persons. Moral treatment means assumption of psychotherapy measures implying the respect for the dignity and singularity of persons. It is also relevant that Pinel was a pioneer within the scientific and clinical level, but also for him it was very relevant the place of the plants, of the gardens within the hospital, and he thought that it was absolutely relevant for the mental illness to cultivate plants, to participate in the gardening operations. He did, thank you. Psychiatric hospital is a very different way of hospital. I say that it is a kind of a home. In fact, in general, the disease requires some days or weeks of hospital stay. However, mental illness requires a long hospital stay for a month or years. So, psychiatric hospitals are a kind of home place of peace and harmony, proportionating the dialogue with oneself. Then it is not the same psychiatric hospital and and any other hospital. I will present some elements from on Portuguese hospitals, Portuguese relevant hospitals. First, an hospital, and mainly an hospital of Oporto, the hospital Conde Ferreira, and finally the hospital Júlio de Matos. Sorry, I think it is that that there is before another a picture of the hospital. Yes, thank you. It's a picture of the hospital Conde Ferreira in Oporto. Is a relevant hospital from the end of the 19th century. This picture is, I think, is very nice, because I thank the director of the hospital Conde Ferreira for sending me some pictures of the hospital. Here we can see it's a part of the hospital, but it is a home with flowers, with trees, with plants. I think it's a very nice place with a sweet, with a calm, with a nice atmosphere. And now I will present the new picture. Thank you. Now it's the most relevant part of my presentation. It's a poem by a patient, or a patient FLUL, the patient of Conde Ferreira. It's not the whole poem, but there were only 3 or 4 lines more. The title, Garden. I walk through a garden. A bench invites me to sit down. I choose one and sit down. Then I install myself in the bench. Or, as one says, I open a window. I observe plants, flowers. Persons walk. I observe, I welcome, I even smile. In the garden, there is always some company. I think that this poem is wonderful. It's an example of proximity, of intimacy with the place of the garden, with the benches. It's very interesting, because a bench invites me, invites the author Guimarães, but a beach invites me. In any case, I choose one. Perhaps he chooses the bench which invites him. In any case, he chooses it very, very nice. And this metaphor, this situation, the fact that I install myself in the bench is the same, or is similar as when I open a window. A window is always a form, a way of connecting with the world, with others. and the poet, this patient, observe plants, observe flowers, and persons walk. It's nice, he observes and welcomes persons. He smiles. Always in the garden, we find company. Then gardens are, I think, precisely this function of an encounter with oneself, an encounter with nature, an encounter with others. I think it's difficult to express better than this patient. I visit many times Conde Freire, and it's very nice to see patients in the gardens. Is it now the next? It's a picture. It's a picture. There are several gardens, different gardens. This garden is a garden with a lot of light, because the mind of many mental patients are full of night and obscurity, and light is very important for them. It's a large space. Patients can see, can contemplate, and can walk, can think with food. It's I think that the position of this patient is a way of observing the interpenetration of a person and his atmosphere and the surrounding place. Thank you, Edith. Now, I think that it's a peculiar form of organizing the hospital. Doors for gardens. Antonio Maria da Sena, the first director of Conde Freire Hospital, stresses the decision that all nurseries have contact with gardens or parks for walking, aiming at allowing the patients for good spend the most part of the day outdoors. I think that it's very relevant that all the patients can directly assess, can directly from the nurseries go to gardens, to parks. It was a decision when decided the building and the organization of the space of this very relevant, this nice hospital in Oporto. And now for the last hospital, the hospital. Edit the next, please. Thank you. And now the hospital Júlio de Matos at Lisbon. It is an hospital created in 1942 in a very nice place of Lisbon. I have a quotation by the first director of the hospital, of Júlio de Matos, António Flores, at 1949, he wrote a book in Portuguese, with a version in Portuguese, French, and English, where he intended to stress the proximity, the fact that clinicians, nurses, who operate to be always in a relation or proximity with patients. I read the quotation. The hospital is an oasis of peace and quiet, where the patients relax and get accustomed to the natural rhythm of order. The whole place where it is a gentle harmony. The building painted pink and are surrounded by pleasant gardens. The pathways are asphalted and lined with trees symmetrically arranged. I read the end. There is a leafy with trees and laws, with bright flowers to captive the eye. I stress the relevance of the nature and the relevance of the contact with flowers and also the color of the buildings. It's a little village, Júlio de Matos, and the building and the first director, António Flores, was really interested in what concerns nature, gardens, and the comfort, the peace of the patients. My work is a work in progress, connecting my interest in hospitals and also my interest in gardens. Edith, the last, please, and thank you. And then I've not a conclusion. I've a question. My question is, and about now, my impression. I work with Hospital Conde Ferreira, and now I begin my work with the Hospital Júlio de Matos. And my impression is that the garden, now it's very relevant, the work of gardening. The Hospital Júlio de Matos has a program of gardening with patients, and also I think that it's relevant now working together in the hospital. Working together, I mean the programs the patients can work themselves. But now there are programs in the hospital, in Júlio de Matos, in Conde Ferreira, in other psychiatric hospitals in Portugal and in other psychiatric hospitals. There are a plan for working together, patients and nurses through the gardens of the hospital. I think that gardens are truly essential for the encounter of patients with themselves, with the others, and with nature, which encounters which are absolutely relevant for ourselves, for our identity, for our own history. Thank you very much.
Adelino, thank you very much for your suggestion. And now is the time for Jasmine Shafei, American University of Beirut. The title of the communication, Out of Sight, Out of Mind, Space and Construction of Dependence in the Turn of the Century Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My work actually is very well connected to the work that was presented by Monica and Adelino on the impact of the space of the asylum itself. What I bring to the table, I think, is the colonial context, how the asylum in Egypt kind of differed from that in the metropole in Britain, and the impact of British rule. So I have a presentation. How do I share that? There. Okay.
Yes.
Is that clear? Okay. So out of sight, out of mind, space and constructions of madness in terms of the century Egypt. This research builds on some of the chapters of my PhD dissertation in looking how the impact of both the buildings and the location of the asylum impacted the mental health practices that continue to the present day in Egypt. My research over the past 3 years was conducted in a number of places. It was conducted mainly in the National Archives in Egypt, Dar al-Wathaiq al-Qawmiyya, and these included a lot of Foreign Office files, British files, Ministry of Interior files. I also spent a considerable amount of time at the National Archives at Kew Gardens in the UK, and the Wellcome Library as well, which houses a lot of the reports of the medical officers, and most importantly, the lunacy division reports as well. And these are some of the documents. Now, Egypt is host to a couple of state asylums. By looking at these two state asylums in particular, they're called the Abbasiyya State Asylum and the Khanka. And I will kind of take a step back and look a little bit about the history prior to the existence of these asylums. Essentially, my study is examining the state's appropriation of mental health care and its asylums for the purpose of achieving fundamental political and strategic objectives. Now, understanding this is quite central. It builds on the work of many historians that are looking into colonial psychiatry and colonial asylums, such as Ernst Waldroth's study on India, David Arnold on French North Africa. And what all these studies have found is that colonial asylums differ from asylums in the metropole, differ from asylums in European countries, in that they serve specific objectives of the colonial power. In the case of Egypt in specific, which is what I've been studying, the asylum's location comes center stage in these objectives. It kind of contributes to the central component of the administration's efforts to secure the nation, justify the occupation, provide enhanced British prestige, and the Britain's civilizing mission. And these are words that are repeatedly used in almost every one of the lunacy division reports and administrative reports by the British administration, that these asylums are central for the civilizing mission, for the prestige of the British government. And I look at these various facets of state control and where the location fits into it. Now, if we take a step back and look at history of care for the insane, during the early days of Muslim conquest in Egypt, perceptions of the mad actually mirrored those of the rest of the Arab world. And madness was perceived to be caused by supernatural causes. It was often treated at this time with magic potions and spells. And a lot of these insane people were left to roam the streets. They were believed to possess particular blessings or barakat. It wasn't until the Islamic conquest that Egypt began to witness some changes in these perceptions. However, Egypt and the Arabo-Islamic world never witnessed the same kind of large-scale confinement of the mad that existed in Europe. This builds on the work of Usama Arabi, who says that the Sharia never called for the segregation of the non-violent deranged subject under control of the medical profession and the supervision of central state authorities. So in the eyes of Muslim jurists, the locus of power over the insane always resided in the family authority, and it was more of a protective nature rather than a political desire for control. And this is why we see asylums during this period, the ones that existed prior to the impact of British rule, within the heart of the city. They were part of the landscape of the city of Cairo. The aim was integration rather than the exclusion of the lunatic into their integration into the wider community. Now, what Egypt had prior to British rule in terms of state asylums were things called bimaristans. And bimaristans were houses of treatment, and they treated everything from ophthalmia to mental illness. They were funded through waqfs, which are charitable endowments, by the caliph. So there were a number of bimaristans that existed and that had areas for the treatment of male and female mental patients. The first one, of course, was in the year 1171 AD, and it was Al-Nasiri Bimaristan. I won't go into that. And then we get into the 13th century, where we get in 1281 the main Bimaristan, which exists until the present day in the heart of Cairo. And this was called the Bimaristan Kalawun. It was built by the Sultan Al-Mansur Kalawun. The actual building still exists. The complex is there to visit. And you can see the rooms that were designated for the mentally ill in that area. It's central in Old Cairo, what is in Old Cairo today. The mentally ill at that Bimaristan were housed in 2 isolated sections for men and women with 18 rooms each. Patients were provided with free food and medicine, free of charge. They received treatment until they recovered. These included medicines, rehabilitative practices such as patient work, activities, and socialization. And it had various means of entertainment for patients, such as libraries, gardens, and it kind of builds on what Adelino was talking about, the importance of having these spaces, music halls, which had choir singers who performed regularly for patients. So the building itself was a vast land. It was called a complex, and it had these areas where patients who did not suffer from anxiety would go in and listen to music or stories narrated by storytellers. Patients suffering from anxiety had separate rooms where they could remain there quietly. Other patients could watch plays, dances, singing performances. Now, this continued during the period of Ottoman rule and up to Napoleon's French exhibition. So from 1517 to 1801, the Bimaristan continued. However, conditions of care deteriorated over the years. By the time of the French occupation of Egypt, unfortunately, the conditions had deteriorated really, really badly. The French conducted a survey of the conditions of care of the insane at the Bimaristan, and they had deteriorated considerably, and there were several recommendations on how to improve, but they were only there for 3 years. Now, with the presence of Muhammad Ali in 1800, he began to look at medical reforms to first to provide the best type of healthcare to the army, and then towards civilian healthcare as well. Now, Muhammad Ali was always forward-looking, looking towards Europe and European medical practices and educational curricula. So one of the first things that he did is he began cracking down on some of the traditional mental health care treatments that were available. And these were widely used by most Egyptians who did not go to the asylum. There was a concerted attack on popular forms of treating social and psychic disorders. And then he ordered Claude Bey, which was the French doctor that he hired to kind of take over this medical reformation. He hired him to remove the insane from the Bimaristan, which had deteriorated, to an asylum in the area of Bulaq, which was on the Nile at the time, again, located also in central Cairo. During this period, we have very important events. So a number of British doctors start arriving in Egypt. During this period after Muhammad Ali, Egypt was in a debt crisis, and we have the influence of the French and the British who come and kind of take over so that Egypt can start paying. And this is kind of the larger context. Now, when they arrive, some of the British doctors go to the asylum and report on some of the terrible conditions that exist at the Bulaq asylum. And their immediate recommendation was the creation of a new asylum and the building of a new asylum outside the bounds of the city. So this happened a couple of years before official British rule, but it was orchestrated by the British administration at the time. So what we have is the building of this asylum, the one that is in the picture on the left. It's the first state asylum. It's called the Abbasiyya Asylum. Initially, this was the site of it dates back to the mid-19th century when Prince Abbas Helmi built a palace in the desert. Now, the prince was a little eccentric. He built a palace in the Raydaniya desert north of the capital of Cairo. It was very difficult to reach. It was the site of a major battle, but also it had very clean and crisp weather, and this was good for the prince's health. It was known for its dry weather, well suited for the pasha's health, and he painted this palace red, and so it was known as the Red Palace. In 1878, there was a fire that destroyed the building, and the original palace had cost about $250,000. It held 250 rooms, but the part that was given to the lunatic asylum at the time in 1880 used to be the quarter of some of the servant girls at the time. Now, during the reign of the Khedive Ismail, in around 1878, it was repainted in yellow and called the Yellow Building, Saraya Safra. This name, Saraya Safra, the Yellow Building, continues to be the name to refer to the state asylum in general in Egypt in the present day, so over 150 years later. The renovated palace became a palace of healing. It was endowed by the Khedive Tawfi, and it included male and female wards and became known as the Abbasiyya Asylum. The grounds on which the hospital was built was 91 acres. The additions have been built on separate systems, so each section is like a small hospital on its own with an enclosure. They're connected with each other in the old main buildings by roads lined with trees, as you can see. And most of these roads are one-story buildings, and they number 24 in all. So, as Egypt entered the 21st century, the Abbasiyya Asylum began to suffer from overcrowdedness. And a second asylum was established, which is the Khanka Asylum, established in 1912 to alleviate overcrowding. It was also established in the desert outside the realms of the city in an area known as Khanka. It was very difficult to reach. Just like Abbasiyya, it was quite separate from the city. In fact, Abbasiyya was separated by army barracks as well. The Khanka was designed for the most difficult cases, such as the violent and the criminal insane, and to differentiate women and the paying patients went to the Abbasiyya Asylum. So both of these the asylums were the state asylum. They suffered from endemic overcrowdedness. They were both in Cairo, so it was very difficult to access for any patients that were coming from outside and other governorates in Egypt. And it was also very, very Cairo-centric. Now, what both of these asylums had in common was the fact that they were a central part of the reform movement of the British government. And so We see this in the documents. There's a great deal of competition between the British and the French during this period. And when the British arrived, the central hospital that exists in Cairo, the Qasr al-Aini, was kind of it was created by the French. It had a French curriculum. It was based on French medical practices. And so the British really needed something to claim as their own, something that they could quickly reclaim and use to practice some of their initial reforms. And one of the most visible and early reforms that were done by this man, Dr. Frank Sandwith. He invested heavily in expanding and modernizing the physical structure of the asylum, creating its buildings, increasing the number of beds, planting its gardens, putting chairs in the gardens so that some of the British army forces could come and visit and spend time in these gardens, which he upgraded. And this was reported extensively in the British press. It was very, very important. It was quite central. Now we're talking about the first year or two of the British occupation. This was a time where there was a great deal of insolvency. There was a budget crisis affecting almost every sector of the health sector, the education sector. There were budget cuts across the board, but the amount of investments, which exceeded 180,000 Egyptian pounds at the time on the building of the asylum buildings and facilities, really goes to show how it was a central tenet of British policy in Egypt during this period. And one of the reasons in which this was, I won't get into that in detail here, it's a part of an expanded study, is because the asylum was central to the British administration's ability to police the city. Colonial nosology was reflected, it reflected this. So what we have at the time is the insanity was defined in terms of deviancy and in terms of dangerousness. And the police were instructed with the task of arresting and incarcerating the mentally ill and then referring them. So procedures and systems were changed to ensure that it was the police apparatus that was in charge of the entire process of admitting, referring, and releasing patients from the asylum. Now this began with, of course, Dr. Sandwith, but then we have Dr. Warnock, who remained there for 28 years and really entrenched mental health systems and processes in the police system in Egypt. And this is kind of why we see the asylum beginning to serve a different purpose. Trains were sent from Cairo to the different governorates to get deviants and dangerous criminals. And what this had, the impact that this had to do, and this exists actually to the present day, is that it stigmatized the asylum. And so in the eyes and minds of many Egyptians, what was once a place of healing, what was once a place of treatment, became stigmatized as a place that was almost prison-like, which is similar to kind of what Monica was talking about. And we see in the archives so many families seeking to release their family members from the asylum, promising to treat them at home because of this fear of stigma, which was even higher for women. Women who entered the asylum found it difficult to get married later on because of how stigmatizing this was. And so both the isolation of the asylum outside the bounds of the city and the large number of criminals and drug users as well. So drug use became an official criteria for the diagnosis of insanity in Egypt. And during between 1915 and 1933, we have an increased number of drug users and criminals, particularly at the second asylum, the Khanka asylum. And what that does is it overcrowds the asylum, and it also jeopardizes its claim to being a place for mental healing, because so many patients start being released for lack of room, and they are released even though they are uncured. And we see in the documents of the asylum itself that every month, tens and tens of patients are released under the criteria released but uncured. So uncured patients are repeatedly released, and the asylum kind of loses much of its claim. Location. So the isolation of the insane from the heart of the city was really an integral part of British mental health norms, and it was diametrically opposed to the previous Islamic and British perceptions governing lunacy, which sought to integrate them. Now, this kind of limited public access to mental health services we see that with the British administration, the occupation, even though it sought to improve public and mental health services, the policies adopted ensured that public access to the asylum was really, really limited. It was either limited to a small group of wealthy Egyptian and European voluntary patients who were able to pay, because what the British did also was impose fees on entry into the asylum. This did not exist before, where the Bimaristan was free of charge. As well as dangerous lunatics, which I just talked about, which were incarcerated and referred to the asylum by the police. The location also confined access to the public. It confined access to their families as well. Now, before I get into the asylum and its buildings, British impact on the nature of the asylum in Egypt extended far beyond its practices and systems. The isolation, the physical distancing of the insane was a natural consequences of British mental health perceptions, which sought to isolate the mentally ill, both legally and ideologically, from their communities. British policies thus focused on building inaccessible asylums outside the realm of the city and the communities that they served. As we know, prior to British intervention, the asylum had been in the heart of the capital, accessible to the general public, both in Azbekiyya and the Bimaristan Qalawun. At the time that the Abbasiyya asylum was established, the area was home to nothing more than this palace, the army barracks, and an army hospital. The hospital was not only located away from civilization, but it was also separated from by army barracks and the police school. All these obstacles made visiting the patients difficult and almost impossible. In fact, Dr. Sandwith himself, when he visited the asylum in 1888, boasted that a 3-mile drive takes us from the heart of Cairo to the further extremity of the Abbasiyya suburb, where we find barracks occupied by English, the army hospital, and the only lunatic asylum in the country. The building of the second asylum at Khanka, away from the city, also reaffirmed the administration's purposeful separation of the mentally ill. It was also built in a remote area. In order to get there, it was separated from the city by a vast desert inhabited by Arab tribes. In order to get there, there was a railway separating the asylum from the rest of civilization. This physical and ideological isolation ultimately resulted in a stigmatization that pervaded mental health perceptions throughout the 20th century in Egypt. It is this stigmatization surrounding mental illness was so strong. A few years ago, residents of the same district of Al-Khanka of Cairo filed a lawsuit attempting to change their district's name due to its affiliation with the asylum. Now, in addition to the asylum's location, like I said, mental health care was very centric.
5 minutes.
Okay, so just to conclude, I'm going to look at how it was centralized in Cairo. They were concentrated in the capital. This remained inaccessible to Egyptians in most of the country. This was evident to British administrators, and it was one of the things that was repeatedly reaffirmed by British administrations in the lunacy division reports. There was constantly a need for more accommodation. In 1935, the first Egyptian doctor who headed the lunacy division indicated that we need more asylums over the rest of Egypt. We need to build one in Upper Egypt, and now there's an urgent necessity to build in Alexandria. This, however, did not happen. And finally, just a final look at the actual asylum building and facilities. This was an area in which the British invested heavily, and it was one of the most visible areas of improvement, and the one which the British press used to extol the virtues of British occupation. They invested heavily in expanding and modernizing the physical infrastructure. They created vast buildings. They improved and extended the asylum facilities and its equipment. Now, contrary, and you can see this clearly in the budgets of the Qasr al-Aini Hospital and the Abbasiyya Asylum in Egypt at the time, contrary to investments made in buildings and grounds of other hospitals in Egypt during the early 20th century, Abbasiyya and Khanka were given a great deal of attention by the British administration. Within a few years of the occupation, during a time of great economic uncertainty and budgetary constraints, the Abbasiyya Asylum witnessed regular annual extensions. By 1909, it had over 1,000 beds compared to just 670 at Qasr al-Aini, which was the country's general hospital. By 1912, the British administration again invested heavily in the second asylum. And by 1910, they boasted that over the past few years, they had spent over 190,000 Egyptian pounds devoted in 7 years to the construction of buildings for housing and treatment of the insane. Now, I guess in the end, what I'd like to say is that asylum location, asylum grounds, they cannot be viewed in the colonial context in isolation. We see clearly how the location was a purposeful act of isolating a lot of these criminals and undesirable elements. Patients were constantly discussed as inmates rather than patients. The police incarceration of the patients themselves and their referrer kind of entrenched in the minds of the public, but also reaffirmed what the British had repeatedly said over and over, which is that asylum is a very, very, very central and strategic means of maintaining security and order in the Egyptian colony. And asylum location was only one of the different pieces of that puzzle. So thank you, and I hope I didn't take too much time.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we don't have the last presentation, so let's open the debate. Server communication, the question can be submitted in the YouTube chat. And the health of intervention has without doubt raised many questions. And I will abuse my role and start by posing a few questions and give the floor of our audience. Now, Adelino, first of all, thank you for this new perspective. Have you, my question here is, have you had a chance to check from the medical records the impact of the external environment on the patients? What were the changes? Were the patients also going to activities such as art in the garden? Monica, in Italy, two reflection is taking place on the management of a mental hospital. For example, the study of Vincia Fiorino. I have a curiosity. Was space management in the male wards the same as in the family wards? Jasmine, thank you for opening a window on the Middle East. I would love to have more details on how the population reacts to these new alienating practices introduced by the British. And so to understand, to impact on the social cultural dimension of the country. Well, after my abuse, I open the public debate. If you many questions is in chat and I replay. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Okay.
Indeed, I didn't consult the medical records in the Conde Ferreira and other hospitals. In any case, I work with Conde Ferreira. Now I begin with Júlio Matos, and I work in other contexts with one of the last directors of Sobral Hospital, a psychiatric hospital in Coimbra, and I discuss with these colleagues about the therapeutic impact of gardens and activities. And now I begin my work in Júlio Matos. It's an historical work on the hospital and a work with some colleagues discussing psychotherapy, some subjects of neuropsychiatric psychiatry on this, and they are all my colleagues, the director of Conde Ferreira, Dr. Adrian Gramari, and other my other interlocutors are always agree that gardens, walking, contemplating, to be there, and the activities with gardens, evident, and obviously there are other activities, theater, music, but now my focus is gardens. All they say it's very relevant. In Hospital Conde Ferreira, there are a lot of poems by patients. I translated a part of a poem, but there are a lot of poems where patients reveal the relevance for them, and the doctors, clinicians, and nurses agree that it's indeed relevant. The impact, the time of the psychiatric hospitals is a long time always. But my interlocutors, and the last conversation was with José Morgado Pereira, who was director of Sobral CID. He said it was absolutely relevant. Thank you
so much. Adelino, sorry, Joanna Pinto, very interesting what you told about psychiatric hospital and kind of home. Patients have to have that notion as well. If you want see the question in the chat, if you want see, but the question is psychiatric hospital, a kind of home, patients have that notion as well. Se havia noção.
I didn't know whether I understand exactly your question. My point is that a psychiatric hospital is a place where patients live a long time, and it's frequent that the organization of the hospital is made in order that patients can feel that this place it's not a home, but is similar to a home. They can to be there, to have visits, to be together, and I stress that gardens, the etymology is Gart, from a German word, and it's designs something next to the home. It's part of the home. It's a space. It's a space pertaining to the home, etymologically. And I think that gardens, and specifically gardens of the Hospital Conde Ferreira, are places of familiarity, of proximity. One feels that that this place pertains to him. I was invited by Dr. Gramary to be a guide of a visit in Conde Ferreira. They published a nice book, this book on the gardens of Conde Ferreira, and Dr. Gramary invited me, and there were clinicians and persons of Oporto, of history, medicine, philosophy, and also patients. And it was very kind to see patients saying that I like very much this place, for instance. And then I think that it's different from a normal hospital, which is a place of passage, is a different kind of hospital.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. In the chat, I have a lot of questions. Adelino, you say that the gardens in the psychiatric hospital were new. Have you considered the traumatic importance of cloister in the older hospital and the infirmiers? Monica, have you thought about about how TSE chains were paid or reflect in other institutions in other countries? And oh wow, Professor Adelino, it's there a specific type of garden or specific plants, or the treatment in garden in general? Once again, thank you all. Joanna Pinto ordered 3 times in his garden in general. Once again, thank you. So, is all. Monica. A question to Monica. Thanks for this fascinating paper. In the same period or other psychiatric reform, Ganya protection like extramural treatment, work, therapy, family care. How did the debate about psychiatric buildings and their furnishing interact with these reforms? And so, it's okay. If you want to respond.
Okay. Then the hospital Conde Ferreira and Júlio de Matos are the hospitals I know very well. Conde Ferreira, a little bit Júlio de Matos, a little, and now I'm interested in other hospitals. I must continue my work with other hospitals, namely hospitals in the periphery of Portugal, namely Viseu and other places. And I'm interested in the work in Spain, in Brazil, and other countries. But it's only a project now. Until this moment, I have not studied this. I have not made this project of working with colleagues in other countries. Sorry, there were other questions. Sorry for my.
No, it's okay. Monica?
Yes, thank you for the questions. So I take a look at the chat to remember questions. So
Yes, I chatted.
there was a question if I considered the
Three questions and 2 questions in the chat.
Yes, I'm very much interested in comparing the meaning of the wall and the window bars, for example, with other institutions, like, for example, schools, hospitals, and so on. But in my research, I just focused on the mental hospital, but I would be very much interested to do a research on different institutions and to compare the debates on these spatial configurations in other institutions and also other countries. So it would be interesting, but yes, I haven't done it yet. So Jane asked me if the patients were permitted to bring objects from their home. No, the patients had to hand over all their personal belongings when they came into the mental hospital. But it's very interesting to see that patients created objects with the materials they found in the mental asylums, objects that they really appreciated, and objects that they that stand for themselves in a way. So I published a book, now a little advertisement, a few months ago on the material culture of psychiatry. And I think, Jane, maybe this is a book that will answer some of your questions about the meaning of personal objects in mental hospitals and for patients. And it's interesting that there was no discussion about that. I mean, the psychiatrists were discussing about the human dignity that is part of the objects that were given to patients, but they were not thinking about the value of personal belongings for them. And one of you asked me if the psychiatrists were thinking about the significance of colors, and I have to say I don't think that they were thinking about what colors, about the effects of colors. But I mean, what you can read in the sources is that everything has to be shiny and bright. And the only color that I remember that they focus on is the color white for the bed linen and so on. It should be white and clean. And but I have no other colors in mind. And David, hello David, you asked me if you were mentioning these different changes that gained attraction, like the extramural treatment, the work therapy, family therapy, and so on. And you were asking me how the debates about psychiatric buildings and the furnishings interact with these reforms. And I think that the discussions, debates on furnishings and on things are very closely related to all these reforms. This is a part of this process of reorientation of mental hospitals, reformation, modernization, and humanization, as it was always explained by psychiatrists. But I think that we as historians of psychiatry, we haven't yet very much looked at these things. So it would be good to do that.
Thank you, Monica. Adelino, sorry. The YouTube chat ask, is there a specific type of garden or specific plants, or the treatment is garden is in general? And sorry, another. Okay, for Jasmine, Chuan, you mentioned in the end that the people should, I'm sorry, but I don't see, have the name of their native birth changed due to its problematic history. This is a kind of general question, but there are discussion among mental health professionals about the impact of these harmful colonial models on the treatment and perception of the mentality ill since Egypt's independence. Okay.
Okay. Adelino, you want to go first?
If you want Jasmine and another Adelino, okay.
Okay. My answer to Joana de Pinho is that the gardens in the hospitals, namely the gardens, because it's not a garden, several gardens in the Conde Ferreira Hospital, the specificity is not in the plants. The plants are plants we can find in the other gardens, in public gardens. We can find plants from America, from Africa, from from a great number of countries. The specificity is on the peculiar organization of the garden. It means that gardens are organized in aiming at being a place of peace, a place of contemplation, a place of walking, a place of encounter with others, smiling, and then the difference is on the conception of the garden. And for instance, in the Conde Ferreira Hospital, we find different kinds of gardens, because some patients are more reflexive, more in an introspective way, and others are more exuberant, different. Then there are also the gardens are made in order to have different kinds of patients with different mental conditions. I must say that the difference I see between the traditional gardens until the end of the 18th century and the gardens within psychiatric hospital is that before the gardens were, we say in Portuguese and were hortus, in Latin hortus. That means that the preoccupation, the main preoccupation, was not aesthetic, was not psychological, was practical, was aesthetical too, but mainly was a practical interest on producing medicaments. we can find also other plants and trees, but the organization was in order to have medicaments. Not spaces for recreation, for pleasure, differently, the psychiatric gardens are places for oneself, for working, for walking, for conversation. Then the difference is on the kind and the function of the gardens. Thank you.
Thank you, Adelino. Jasmine?
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Anna, for your question. I think it links very well to the question that you asked as well about the people's reactions. And that's a great question. So the final chapter of my dissertation is just about the reaction of people to the asylums. And of course, early when these asylums were built, very few people actually went to the asylums voluntarily. Members of the European community went voluntarily, members of the British Army went voluntarily, but very few Egyptians actually did that. Part of the documents that I'm using in this chapter are countless petitions. Most of the people that couldn't read and write would go to the court, and there would be a man there that they would pay a certain sum of money, and he would write a petition to the governor requesting the release of their family members. And it was this was rampant during these times. They would have to sign an oath saying that we will assume responsibility for this person. We will not let this person leave the house, and we will provide them with treatment from a Western medical psychiatrist who is certified and authorized by the state. So they were not allowed to, of course, there was no way to research and find out if there was any follow-up to these oaths that they had to sign. But basically, this was the state's assertion of the superiority of European and Western psychiatry, as opposed to traditional modes of. What I found is that the main victims of this emphasis on the psychiatric institution as opposed to other traditional modes of treatment were women. Because women were less likely to go to the asylum, and women were the main recipients of traditional forms of treatment for a wide range of mental illnesses. And one of the common traditional treatments is the ZAR. It's a combination of chants and dances and kind of very immersive treatment where women were the main providers and were the main recipients of that treatment. And this was a time where the state had pressured the religious leaders, the ulama, to actually outlaw the ZAR. And there was a crackdown on the practice of the ZAR all across the country. So there was a great deal of emphasis on the asylum as the only mode of treatment sanctioned by the state. And a lot of this did have a negative impact on some of the people that needed these treatments and didn't have access. So yes, people during the first 2 decades of the asylum's existence were constantly petitioning to release their family members out of the asylum rather than in. Now, did this change? Yes, and to answer Anna's question. So in 1935, we have the first Egyptian doctor to head the lunacy division. And then we have something very important. When the British arrived in Egypt, one of the first things that they did is they removed all specializations from the medical hospital. So you had 4 years of general instruction. Now there was a certificate of psychiatry where an Egyptian could graduate and be able to practice psychiatry in Egypt, but this was removed, and all other medical specializations were removed as well. Now what this meant is that the asylum became the center of instruction, and Egyptians could only become a psychiatrist or doctor if they were trained in the West and came from Europe, or if they were assistants to Western psychiatrists and they received their training at the asylum. This changed in the 1940s. So you begin to have a bunch of Egyptian doctors then getting these certificates locally and beginning to open their own practices. So this changed the public's relationship with the asylum as a colonial institution. What also changed is that when the asylum started not admitting mainly criminals and drug users, after 35, the kind of drug epidemic waned because there was a crackdown, and more specialized institutions in treating drug users opened up. So they were no longer admitted to the asylum, and it was no longer classified as one of the central criteria of diagnosis. And criminals as well were then sent to other institutions. The final thing that also affected this was the fact that the police were then, as of the 1940s, in the late 1930s, no longer the sole responsible authority for arresting and incarcerating mental health patients. So now a mental health patient could go directly to the asylum. Prior to that, the asylum would never accept anyone who would go directly to the asylum. They always had to be referred from a police station. So keep in mind, this was a period where the average Egyptian's relationship with the state was very precarious. The state was the authority responsible for forced conscription. And so when you see a state authority, you run away. And this was the only authority that was responsible for referring people directly to the asylum. So when this, of course, changed, the relationship between the people and the asylum changed. In the 1970s, 1980s, Egyptian psychiatrists started writing about the stigma that was associated with asylum, mainly the works of Dr. Okesha and his son. And so he has written a great deal about the need to raise awareness of the Egyptian public on mental illness, on psychiatry, to kind of situate it within a broader range of other illnesses of the body itself. He has been, I would say, somewhat successful because he's had a number of conferences and papers and media appearances, and there has been a concerted effort. Today, the situation, I think, is rather different. I have no studies to kind of gauge evidence whether or not what the degree of stigmatization is. But the only kind of anecdotal thing I will say is that public viewership of television in Egypt during the whole year is average. There's 1 month of the year where everyone in the country kind of tunes in because there are certain media productions that are done just for that 1 month, and that's Ramadan, where everybody's at home watching. So this year, the specific productions in almost every series that was produced, every drama series that was produced this year in Egypt, there was a psychiatrist. And this was very visible, and there was quite a bit that was written about that because it was quite interesting. Regardless of the context of the drama, there was a psychiatrist who was treating people in that series, and people of different social classes. And so it is evident that the public's relationship with psychiatry in general has changed, and there is more of a acceptance of psychiatrists and modes of treatment. I would say that the relationship with the asylum, especially residents of Khanka, because Khanka now has not just the asylum, but it also has, again, one of the remnants of the colonial structure, a lepers colony. So it's the entire area is kind of associated with disability in general. The lepers colony and the asylum are the two main areas, the two main institutions there. So.
Jasmine, thank you so much. Your investigation is fantastic.
Thank you.
Really. The last question for Adelino, because the break is... Sarah Leonard, Adelino, you say that gardening in a psychiatric hospital were new. Have you considered the therapeutic importance of cloister in the older hospitals and infirmaries? Adelino?
Yes, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I understand that I understand exactly the question. If I understand well, my concern is that the psychiatric gardens are different from other gardens. Is the question? Is different from other hospitals because there is a different preoccupation on colors, on light, on silence. Then is a special psychiatric garden, are a special kind with specific preoccupations with the status, with condition, of the mind, in attention with a lot of perspectives, with colors, with the dimension of the space. It's a different garden compared with other gardens within hospitals. I didn't know whether I respond to the question.
Yes.
Yes, I think, Adelino, eu penso que é complexa, é que é os que falou nos jardins dos hospitais psiquiátricos são novos.
Sim.
E agora a pergunta, e considerando a importância terapêutica dos claustros nos antigos hospitais de enfermarias, se tem alguma informação sobre se isso era também tipo um jardim?
Thank you, Edith. In fact, the question is different. I understood previously. In fact, there is a continuity of the traditional courtyard of the hospitals and the gardens within psychiatric hospitals. Pinel is very relevant in this case. Pinel was more in Bicêtre because he was director first in Bicêtre and after in Salpêtrière. In Bicêtre, Pinel was very interested in CARTI works, central CARTI work, and a certain number of little CARTI works, because I think, and the Pinel and the history of medicine who works in this matter, we think that the traditional courtyards in the hospitals had a therapeutic function too. That is more. It is a deeper and more essential function in a psychiatric hospital. In any case, the courtyard in the hospitals until the end of the 18th century had truly a therapeutic function too. Not so relevant, and I think it was not systematically used with this or another patient direct to a specific person, but there is when we study the theorization by Pinel, we find a continuity. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but our time is up. We're all heading for a short break, And I would like thank you, and I hope that we will soon be able to talk to each other. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Edith. If you want communicate service.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It was a very interesting section. Thank you to all the presenters. And we'll make now a little break until 1:30. And we will start with the poster section. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Edith.
Thank you.
Obrigada.
Obrigada, eu.
Muito obrigado, meu.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone has migrated back from their short break. So this is the first poster session of two. The second one will be tomorrow at about the same time. So this poster session consists of 6 posters, and the theme overall is focusing on intersections of medical theory, care, and design. So all of these posters were basically put together because they addressed in some way kind of the intersections between medical theory and architecture, changes in perspectives, both popular and medical, and how those are integrated into space, and similar themes. So, oh, thank you. Can everyone hear me all right? So, basically this session is going to be a little bit different than obviously our previous sessions. So let me just quickly lay everything out. So you notice that we have we have 6 posters. I will go through and introduce each one. And after I introduce you, if you could please give a 2-minute summary of your conclusions. Hopefully everyone did their homework like we expected and watched the presentations of your posters, which were fantastic. And I really appreciate everyone's individual design and touch on them. You really produced some engaging material. So, and once your 2 minutes is up, I will move on to the next person. Once we've gone through everyone, we will then open everything up to a general discussion. The general discussion will work the same as it has in the previous sessions, but in case you are just joining us, if you have a question and you are on the Zoom, please write your question in the little chat box below and I will read it out. If you are on YouTube, please write it in the chat box that you can find on the, I'm gesturing like you can see it, but the right-hand side of your screen. So, if we are ready to go and my sound is working. Yes? Okay. So our first presenters are Donatella Lupi and Manila Sofici from the Università degli Studi di Firenze. Their poster is entitled Space and Law in the Hospital of Santa Maria Nuova, Florence, 1288. So if you could please give me your 2-minute summary.
Can you hear me?
I can, perfect.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for hosting us in the international conference. It's a pleasure for me to be here today and to have the opportunity to take part in this event and share topics with you all. The morning session have been very, very interesting for me. It's Manila Sofici. I live and work in Firenze. I am an archivist at the University of Study of Firenze and an independent researcher in the field of paleography and medieval text edition. The poster we present is about a joint research carried out by Donatella Lippi, Professor of History of Medicine at the University of Florence, and myself. Our study focuses on the Santa Maria Nuova Statute that in the 16th century was a model for many hospital ordinances in Europe. In particular, this regulatory text was a model for the Statute of the Savoy Hospital founded in London by King Henry VII and his son Henry VIII. The comparisons of these two statutes that still survives, and we are able to read them and to study them, the comparison of these surviving ordinances, let us evaluate the importance of the Florentine model in influencing the development of the space of care. The aim of our research is to bring out the details of the environment organization, focusing on the terminology used to mention spaces in these two different regulatory texts. This approach may enhance the understanding of the ancient hospital setting and its arrangements. The Savoy statutes often follows its model. In the same time, otherwise adapting the model's contents to his own particular situation and mission. So sometimes it's similar, sometimes it's different. It depends on the mission, on the different mission. In some cases, the location is possible, and we are able to locate on the building map, see in the poster, you can see the example of the archive, the place. And so the study of the ordinances proves to be very useful for the reconstruction of the hospital spaces.
Excellent. That was a perfect summary. Thank you. Now we will move on to Carmina Montezuma and João Castella Oliveira from the Museo San João de Deus, Psiquiátrica e História. Their poster is entitled The Order of St. John of God and Hospital Care in Lisbon. Oh, wait, you're in the...
Okay. Can you hear us now? Okay. So,
thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, we would like to thank you for the opportunity that you have given us to present our work, which is entitled "The Order of St. John of God and Hospital Care in Lisbon." So. The Order of St. John of God provided charitable and healthcare assistance in the city of Lisbon since the Iberian Union in 1580 until the extinction of the religious orders in 1834, always fulfilling universal, integral, and ethical hospitality as inspired by the founder, St. John of God. The purpose of this work is to identify the main contributions of the Order of St. John of God and their experience in hospitality over the course of 250 years, while contextualizing the architectural spaces of the military hospital of the Castle of St. George and the convent and hospital of St. John of God, and also their interrelation with the population of the city of Lisbon. So, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect. Awesome. So moving onwards, we have Chiara Mascardi, who's part of the TESA project, Theater, Science, Anatomy, and Chiara Ianneselli from the IMT School of Advanced Studies in Lucca. Their poster is entitled Anatomical Theaters Inside, Outside the Cities, Bodies Between the Universities and the Hospitals in Italy. Yeah?
Good evening. Can you hear me? Thank you. We would like to thank you, the committee, to host our intervention. And firstly, I would like to offer the greetings and the apologies of Dr. Chiara Ianneselli, the colleague that presented the video with me, because she can't take part of the conference for personal problem. And Our video is focused on the relationship between anatomical theaters, universities, and hospitals. We have summarized the evolution of anatomical theaters, and we have underlined some of their main changes through a period of time that goes from the middle of the 16th century to the early 20th century. We have pointed out some of the biggest changes in theater. In a first phase, the anatomical theater were built inside the universities, and the universities were positioned in the very center of the cities, as we can see in Padua, for example, or in Bologna. In this time, the public function of anatomy was a scientific event, but also a social event in which doctors, noble people, and representatives of civil power took place. The lessons were organized during the Carnival period. Anatomical theaters slowly became to be placed inside the hospitals. In this phase, the scientific aspect of anatomy prevailed on the social aspect. But we can notice that the aesthetic wall of the room remain important, as we can see in the theater of Pistoia that survive until now, and in the description of the theater of Florence. When new hospitals were built outside the city center, also the anatomical theater were positioned in the outskirts. In this phase, they lost their aesthetic decoration, and they became similar to the idea of anatomical theater that we have in our contemporary era. Anatomical theater became only a space of medicine and aesthetic room for autopsy. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I thought you had a little bit more. Thank you, perfect. All right, next up we have Josep Barceló Prat and Josep Comelles from the Universitat Rovira i Virgili. They are presenting on the poster topic, the introduction of the architectural project of the Moral Asylum in Spain, the case of Manicomio del Hospital de la Santa Cruz, Barcelona, 1835 to 1860.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you to the organizers for the selection of our documentary. The author of the project of the Manicomio de la Santa Cruz, Emili Timolist, wrote in the book, the following statement. The thinking is from the doctor, but the hand should be in the hands of the architect. Because the project of the asylum, the insane asylum, was a synthesis between an alienist and an architect who was specialized on wheeled factories. The most important thing about this case is its comparative value in an international context. In the context of what David Rothman's labeled as the discovery of asylum. Rothman's argument was the desire of the Jacksonian New Republic to show its modernity in relation to the hegemony of absolutism in those times in Europe. And this was also the idea of basis in the case of the Barcelona City Council and of the administration of the Hospital de la Santa Creu. And this is interesting because the option to build the asylum was to send Pimolis, who are 30 years old, to travel around 7 or 8 countries in Europe to see about 2 dozens of asylums who were or in construction or recently finished, with some exceptions, almost ones. The project is the masterpiece of Spanish psychiatry, and is a text, foundational text in the development of Spanish psychiatry in 19th century. And it's important because Pimolis tried to adapt a very diverse panorama of institutions in Europe to the local and milieu conditions in the city of Barcelona. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. All right. Now we have Isadora Montero from the Universidad de Lisboa. She's speaking on oh, hi, good.
Hi.
Hi. De Lisboa.
Okay, hi, I will just do a small, a brief presentation because I am in my lunchtime, as I told you. I'm Isadora, I'm from Portugal, second year student in the Master of History and Philosophy of Sciences in the Faculty of Sciences of the University of Lisbon. I'm particularly interested in history of sciences, and I'm now working in my master thesis about Robert Hooke, supervised by Professor Ricardo Coelho, Vice President of the Department of History and Philosophy of Sciences of the Faculty of Sciences, the University of Lisbon. This following a presentation was part of a work developed for the course Science and City, lectured by Professor Ana Simões, founder and co-coordinator of the Inter-University Center for History of Science and Technology. And this work came rise because of an article published on a Portuguese newspaper, Diário de Notícias, in 1905 about a new hospital for the treatment of infectious diseases. These newspapers show us the innovations that were introduced, seeking for reduce the spread of contagious diseases, an interesting case to revisit in our days. In a Portuguese context, we also emerge in a time when a lot of innovations were introduced concerning the efficiency of the administrative organization of the hospital units. In this case, this organization was made by Curi Cabral. This is the resume of the presentation. I will say thank you very much again for the opportunity of presenting my poster, and the best wishes for all.
Thank you, Isadora, and thank you for taking time out. I know you're very busy, so I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So unfortunately, Renato and Ines are not here, but their poster, A Project to Santa Casa de Misericordia in Rio de Janeiro, 1840 to 1865, Hygiene and Rationality, is available on YouTube for your watching pleasure. So I would highly recommend going over there when you have a chance. So I would like to open it up to general questions. So as I said, if you have a question, please write it in the little chat box down at the bottom so that I can read it out to our fantastic poster presenters. So take a minute to think about it, put it in the chat box. But I will use my growth powers to ask the first question. So one of the things that struck me in Donatella and in Chiara and Chiara poster was the interesting intersection between medicine and theater. So the idea of kind of research and performativity. And I wondered if you could comment a little bit more on that.
Yes, I think that it's a very interesting topic, and well, I do my PhD thesis on this relationship between theaters and anatomical theaters from the medieval time to the early 18th century. And in this relationship, we can see the change in the society, and this topic had a bigger relationship with the study of society and costume, for example. we can see that in the early phase of anatomical theater, the spectacles of death was a spectacles that was open to the public. It had a different perception for the population. For example, we can see that is strictly connected with the capital execution, for example, in which the capital execution was spectacles for all the population, while the anatomical theater had a different kind of attention on body, and it became a sort of elite event for people that study medicine, but also for the learning of noble people. And in this way, we have to underline that anatomy had big impact on, had a meaning also in a religious and philosophical file. In fact, one of the things that we find in the books of anatomy was that it's very important to learn about anatomy, because in the human body you can see the power of God, because the human body is similar, the human beings is similar to God, is the image of God. And if you can understand the function of the body, you can admire the power of God, the perfection of God. And another point is that in the carnival performance, in the public anatomy, there is also a social representation of the power, because the function of anatomy was an event of the universities, and the universities had a strong power in the city for an economical point of view, but also for a political point of view. Some representative of the power had to be present to the lesson. For example, in Bologna in this period was over the power of the church, over the power of Vatican and Rome. And the representative of Rome in Bologna was the Legato Pontificio, the Pontificate Legal, I think in English. And there is a law in which it said that this person had to be present to the first and the last lesson of the anatomy, because the carnival anatomy had a duration of 2 or 3 weeks. And all these spectacles decay when the anatomy became a discipline more scientific, when the anatomical theater started to be built inside the hospital, and it became a sort of private event, without the representation of the power, but only a place in which the people had to carry out research. And obviously this had some relationship with the changing in the science itself, and with the introduction of scientific method. And finally, anatomical. Now we can see that anatomical theater don't exist, but they became only a room to make experiment, only a sort of laboratories. I hope to.
No, thank you. That was an extremely informative response. Thank you. Joanna asks Joseph and Joseph, what were the most innovative architectural characteristics of the Asylum of Santa Cruz?
I believe the main innovation was the application of a kind of fabric structure to a mental asylum. All the pavilions are covered by a roof with a large space sustained by triangles of iron triangles, pieces of iron, to have a space for the air could circulate, because the problem in Catalonia or in Spain was the summers very hot. So the entire structure, Pimolist do not want any kind of decoration. It should be a building strictly functional. There are no sculptures, no any kind of useless pieces, except that the structure of the gardens between the pavilions were particularly taking consideration. Even in, I do not know how it has been in at the end of 19th century, but in the 19th century, in the 20th century, the gardening was particularly supervised. It was a modern style gardens, and it was with the idea of Pimolist. The second thing I believe also is innovative is the structure of pavilions united by two large corridors. In these corridors, the patients have no the right to walk. It was only for service, to isolate each pavilion with his own garden. But the entire building was centered in the 120 hectares landscape because it was the idea that a kind of gardening, farming should be interesting for the evolution of the inmates. These were the ideas in 1854. The practical application of this in the beginning of 20th century, when all the asylum was open, was not so the same.
Fantastic, thank you. And yes, you're right. It gets so hot here in the summer. Okay, actually, I'm just going to pause this for a quick second. Luckily, Renato da Gama Rosa Costa from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and Ines El Raik Andrade from the University of São Paulo have been able to join us. So can you hear me, Renato?
Good afternoon, you all. Thank you very much.
Oh, I know it's quite early for you, so thank you. If you could just give us a quick 2-minute summary of your poster, A New Project to Santa Casa de Misericordia in Rio de Janeiro, 1840 to 1865, Hygiene and Rationality.
Well, very good. Let me try to do this. We presented that project from the 1840 because the Santa Casa of Rio de Janeiro is much older than this. It's from the beginning of the 16th century. It was built just before the conquer of Brazil. And the new project was necessary because the old building was full of problems, and like an old hospital that needs some kind of changes to become a better place for the patients. So they did a new project, bringing the principles of hygiene and rationality in the build of the hospitals, just like we saw in the famous case of Hotel Dieu from Paris. So they tried to put some qualities, extra qualities to the project, building 4 new infirmaries, wards. But the problem still begins because the situation, the location of the hospital near the mountains and just in front of the sea brought some humidity that combined with the situation, the climate of Rio de Janeiro, it's extremely hot in the summer and very humid, still brings some problems to the hospital. But the hospital is still in functioning nowadays, but in a very central area with some problems of circulation and densification of the city that brings a lot of challenge to the maintenance of this hospital. but we have some mission to preserve this hospital because he is the oldest hospital in Brazil, we can say. Thank you very much. I hope I did it well.
You did, thank you. And thank you for telling us it was the oldest. I hope everything goes well and you do get a chance to save it, since it's extremely important.
Yes.
Sorry, now we'll hop back into questions. So Joanna also asked to Manila, how the promoters of the Savoy, were the founders of the Savoy Hospital aware of the status of Santa Maria Nuova in both Florence or Italy more broadly?
So travelers coming back to England from Florence surely told about the advanced organization of this hospital, maybe because they have been ill and have been in the hospital and tried personally the life inside the hospital. It seems that Henry VII used the Italian merchant connection to bring back information from Italy in general and to gain practical information about our country. So it seems that, for example, the Portinari family, who was a member of the Medici Bank, and this family surely kept in touch with the king, was the medium between the promoters and the hospital. That's the reason why Francesco Portinari himself, that was protonotary at the court of Henry VII, brought back 2 copies of the Santa Maria Nuova statutes, having been asked by the king, who was interested, and we can read it in his will, was interested in copying the rules of the Florentine hospital and founding a similar institution in London. Similar, but in the same time different, because the purpose and the mission was very, very different. Santa Maria Nuova was a hospital like we nowadays think. When we nowadays think about a hospital, we think about healthcare, and Santa Maria Nuova was like this in the Renaissance, was a hospital like we intend. The Savoy was not. The Savoy was a place in which poor men were recovered to spend the night and to have the first hospitality, but not the medical care.
Thank you. So Fritz has asked Chiara, have you noticed the connection between the relocation of anatomical theaters and the relocation of cemeteries?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, of course, because we can say that in the 19th century there is global recollocation, a global rethinking of the cities, of the disposition of the buildings in the cities. In fact, we can see that all the place that deal with death and with diseases was relocated outside the city center. And the main reason, of course, is hygiene. But as we can see in the study of Foucault, there were many reasons about social decency. And in that period, that in Italy is a period, I think, that started with the Napoleon periods. Many buildings became part of the outskirts. For example, yes, the cemeteries, the hospitals, but also the slow market, and all the things, and of course the prison. And to underline the difference between the conception of death in the ancient period and in a new contemporary period, we can see that, for example, for the anatomical theater, the body for the dissection proving from or in an early period, the body for the dissection had to be to a criminal executed. And so there is a ritual inside the city center in which the criminal was executed and was translated inside the anatomical theater in some cities with a procession, a religious procession. And in the 18th century, instead, we have some law in which, for example, in the city of Bologna, in which it became forbidden to transport body for the anatomy in the ways of the cities, because it is contrary to the descent, it is not appropriated for a good city. And then there are laws that established that the body had to be conducted to the theater in a wagon that had to be covered. So yes, there is a general recollocation that deal with cemetery, hospital, and anatomical theaters.
Excellent, thank you. I actually have a question for Carmina and Zhao. So you talked about, I mean, unfortunately, it had to, the Hospital of St. John stopped functioning in the 19th century. But what is its legacy in terms of the history of the city? And even now, does it have place in popular memory or not really, or out of curiosity?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Oh no, this is for Carmina and Zhao. You could try to answer it, but let's see if we can unmute you guys. Oh, there you guys are.
Sorry, but can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Of course I can.
Sorry.
No, I have a question about kind of the place that the hospital has in the historic memory of the town, and even now in the present. Do people, like, is it something that is considered a monument of pride? Is it just there and no one thinks about it? So how does it exist in the memory of, like, in popular memory in the city? Sorry, it's a big question.
Thank you.
I will answer. My name is Carmina. These two hospitals that we talk about, St. John of God's Convent and Hospital, and the military hospital of the Castle of St. George. The first one, it was very important since the 16th century until the 19th century, and it was a male. It was only for male patients, And after the earthquake of Lisbon, it receives the military patients from the castle because the military hospital had been completely destroyed. So nowadays, the old convent and hospital of St. John of God in Lisbon, it is still a hospital. It's not from property of the order, because the Order of St. John in 1834, it was vanished. All the religious orders were vanished, but still is a military hospital. It's from the National Guard of Republic, GNR. The hospital of military hospital of St. George, it disappeared in the earthquake of 1755. But these two hospitals are very important because the order still exists. The Order of St. John of God still exists, and it still remains the mission of health mission. So it is an important. It has an important role in the history of the order and in the history of Lisbon.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Renato would like to ask Carmina, how is the situation of the hospital located at the Colina de Saúde in Lisboa, in Lisbon?
I think this question, I don't talk about this, the hospitals in the Colina de Saúde.
Sorry, Carmina, because I heard that with the construction of a new hospital in Lisbon, all these hospitals in this Colina da Saúde are menaced to be destroyed and put some kinds of hostels and some kind of, do you know this?
They are still working.
Oh yeah, the project is,
yes, they are still functioning.
I know, but they are in a constant menace.
The big problem is the psychiatric hospital of Miguel Bombarda.
Yes.
But I think it's the team of my colleague in another poster.
Oh,
so I ethically, I can't respond to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You'll have to tune in to our next poster session for the discussion about that hospital. I wanted to ask a question kind of in general. So in all of these papers, there's kind of a moment where the prevailing medical theory impacts either what is happening in terms of care or how the structure itself changes. And I was wondering if there was any kind of commentary, I know I seem to be asking the same question, but from outside of the community. So the community itself's reaction to these changes. That's open to everyone. So whoever wants to jump in and answer, please feel free.
Yes, in fact, almost in 19th century, the theory of moral hospitals was not intended to be institutions. It was a mix between care and cure, but the cure was defined by the structure of the institution, by the architectural design. So it was the architecture who are operating in terms of cure. In the case of general hospitals, the reason was basically to have a kind of series of separate pavilions to classify inmates. But in the mental hospitals, it is also this, but the difference was In general hospitals, there are illnesses, groups of illnesses. In mental hospitals, it was furious, agitated, quiet people, or the distinction between sex and social class. So the 19th architecture in the field of hospitals and mental asylums are very over-determined by social and cultural considerations. And I believe this is a constant almost until the end of the century, where particularly German hospitals changes this kind of orientation, but not in the beginning of 19th century.
Okay, thank you. Renato, this question kind of fits in with when you're talking about the shift in the 1840s. So you have the original foundation from the 16th century, and then you see this implementation of a new style of care. How is this seen from the outside, if you know?
Yes, it was a very necessary change for the old hospital to follow the new regulations of a hospital, a contemporary hospital of the 19th century, sorry. But the most problem with Santa Casa of Rio is the situation nowadays. The people recognize the needs for this hospital, but it is very, very not well coordinated, or it's not very well, how can I say, managed by the authorities, for the government authorities. So it's very in a very bad situation for the people that still needs this hospital, especially in this moment, this pandemic moment that we are living in Rio de Janeiro. So we know that the hospital is a needed one for the poor people especially, but the government seems not to see this situation. So the Santa Casa was very important in the 19th century, but nowadays it is very a very critical situation that imposes some attitudes to this preservation. Thank you for the question.
Oh, thank you. That's very unfortunate. Well, this is what happens when other people don't ask questions, and I'm allowed to ask all the questions I want. I actually have a question to Manila. So you mentioned the idea of a Florentine model in terms of the statutes. What differentiates, say, the Florentine model, or at least the model that's being seen in Santa Maria Nuova, as opposed to, say, what we saw in Siena in the earlier periods, or, you know, in Bologna later, or even, you know, other cities in Italy? So what makes the Florentine model Florentine specifically, out of curiosity?
Florence and Siena are similar because both these hospital focuses on the medical treatment of the patients, the people in needs. And to be honest, I have no idea of the hospital all over Italy, of the particular physiognomy of the hospitals, because it's not in my focus of study. I am a paleography, so that I keep in mind, and my interest and my job is to evaluate the sources, to enter inside the manuscript, to put outside the text, and to give an edition, a critical edition, a list of the contents, so that the historian, in this case of medicine, but in other case of legal sources, narrative sources, and so on, can have material for their studies.
Mm-hmm.
So I beg your pardon, but I cannot be...
No, that's okay. I thought you had come up with the secret answer to the Florentine model. So I was curious, but thank you. Joanna has proposed a question to Carmina and Zhao. What were the main spatial specificities of the Hospital of San João de Deus, considering the Lisbon case?
So thank you for the question. The convent, it was a convent and hospital. So the building has a part that is to the monks, where there are cells, bookstore, refectory, among other spaces. And as I said in the poster, the building, still is in a U-shaped. So one part is for the convent, and the other two parts, near the river, they were for the patients. So it started with 10 patients, and then until the 19th century, it was growing, and it give they had 500 patients. So the building grows along 200 years and have all the spaces that an hospital needs. I don't know what is. I think the convent and hospital join these two functions, and has the monks give charitable assistance. So I think this is the specific assistance of this convent. In architecture, it joins both missions.
Excellent, thank you. Does anyone have any outstanding and pressing questions they want to ask? Dear chat? No? All right, thank you so much for all of your fantastic responses, and really I genuinely enjoyed watching all of your presentations. I've learned a lot. So we will be breaking for lunch, and we shall return at, let me double check what the time is. We shall return at 3:30 Lisbon time. So enjoy for those of us who are going to eat, thank goodness. And for those of us that are just taking a break, we hope to see you in about an hour. All right, thank you.